West Palm TV, 30 seconds, please.
All right, good morning. I'm going to call to order the City of West Palm Beach Special Magistrate hearing for today. It's February 7th already, and by Verizon's time, it's 9:04. My name is Amity Barnard. I'm a Special Magistrate for today's hearing. A little bit about process. For nearly all the cases, with the exception of the fine reduction cases at the end of the agenda, when you hear your case called, come to the podium to my right. City staff will come to the podium to my left. The city will present their case first. You will then have an opportunity to present any documents, any verbal testimony, cross-examine any of the city's witnesses, and at the end of that, I'll make a final ruling, and you'll ultimately get an order in the mail that reflects that ruling. You may get it here today as you leave the room as well. With that, the first thing I'm going to do is swear everyone in who's here to testify on any items on today's agenda. If you could stand and raise your right hands for me. Do you all swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Very good. You may be seated. With that, I'll turn it to the city to call its first case.
First case number 1513 58th Street, CEBLD 231-20475, number 1513 58th Street.
Yes, sir. Come to the podium over here. Thank you. Right behind where that microphone is. That's perfect.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hold on. I'll hear from the city, and then I'll turn to you guys, okay? Hold on just 1 second.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Raymond Stevenson. I work for the City of West Palm Beach. The code case CEBLD 231-20475. The address where the violation occurred, 513 58th Street. The violation I observed is a garage conversion without a permit. I issued a violation and posted the stop work order on the job on the 12th of the 4th, 23. The notice of violation was mailed via certified mail and regular mail on the 1st of the 12th, 24.
I'm sorry, what was that date?
I'm sorry?
What was the date you said?
The 1st of the 12th, January the 12th, 24.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood the order you were given the numbers. Okay, thank you, okay. January 12th. Thank you, go ahead.
Was posted at the City Hall on the 1st of the 12th, 24. Was posted on the property on the 1st of the 11th, 24. A certified mail was delivered on the 1st of the 12th, 2024. The observation to support the violation, what I'm alleging, was an illegal garage conversion, which was a kitchen cabinets, installed a bathroom, remodel, electrical and plumbing work done without a permit. The pictures being shown truthfully and accurately depict an alleged violation and reflect what I am testifying to. Permits and inspections are required for the work I observed and for what is displayed in the picture shown. Permits have not been applied for. Permits have not been issued. Inspections have not been performed. Including in my file is a copy of a notice of violation and the affidavit of posting. I have had contact with the owner. The result of the contact are they have not complied. The city recommends 60 days to comply, $25 per day after that. The time to bring the alleged violations into compliance is a reasonable amount of time. If requests are larger than normal, fines must support the request from the testimony, etc. I am submitting as evidence a copy of this case file, including all documents relied upon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Officer Stevenson. Just a couple of questions.
Mm-hmm.
When this was observed, just for the record to be very clear, you said this was a garage conversion, correct?
Correct.
And you have to say it into the microphone.
Sorry, correct.
Yeah. And at that time, there were no permits for this conversion, correct?
Correct.
And just to make the record clear, what is it that was observed about this structure that you believe did not comply with the ordinances?
Yeah, there was a kitchen installed and there was a bathroom, shower area with plumbing, a toilet, clean outs outside the toilet, windows installed in around the exterior of the garage.
Okay.
That includes electrical and plumbing work.
And at the time this was observed, there were no permits on file, is that what I
Correct,
understand?
there was no permits on file.
Okay. Once the stop work order was issued, was there any change at that point? Did they apply for permits? Did they contact?
Not what I'm aware of, there was no permit applied for.
Okay. And as of this morning, is it your testimony, did you say that there's still no permits?
Still no permit.
And can you tell us briefly what permits they would need? Is this just one master permit? Is it sub-permits?
It would
What
be
is
a
it?
master permit, which would include building, electrical and plumbing.
Okay, very good. And you did say that you believe 60 days is a reasonable amount of time to get that permit, get it inspected.
I believe so.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. And I think you had already said, but I just want to double check, the photographs that we reviewed, they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed, right?
Correct.
All right, very good. Special Magistrate, thank you. The city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, stop work order, photographs, and all documents relied upon.
Thank you. Your names for the record?
Hi, I'm Albert Banfi.
Leslie Bamfi.
Thank you both. So you've heard what the city is saying. The documents that they're referring to have been scrolling on the screens on both sides of me. Let's get those into evidence first. Do you have any objection to the documents, to the photographs that were presented this morning, to those being entered into the record?
I don't think so.
Okay, very good, sir. Thank you. So what's going on? You converted the garage and didn't realize you needed a permit, or?
So this goes back a little while.
Okay.
Back into April of '22, we bought a 3-unit. Well, we were told by property appraiser, or that's the information that we got, that this was a 3-unit apartment. And subsequently, we had a fine
We're
presented
actually
to us,
paying,
a
we're paying
violation.
taxes for 3 units to the city of West Palm Beach.
Okay.
And then they told us you're only allowed to have 2. But
So-
we just found out, we bought the place and we were like in trouble for what somebody else did.
So you guys didn't do the work. You bought
No,
it
we
as it
didn't.
is right
It was,
now.
if anything, we actually paid somebody to destroy the bathroom and the kitchenette.
We had to have
And
the
we had
tenant move out.
Mr. Stevenson come in and watch that there's nothing there right now. But we are paying for taxes for 3 units, the electrical was there, and we just had the city install 3 meters.
Okay.
Because it was only,
So what is your intent? Are you going to go back and get rid of the conversion, or are you going to permit the conversion?
ideally, if we could get permission to have a triplex again, because our neighbors have triplex with the exact same identical garage conversion across the street, next door, all around the neighborhood, people are doing this. And we bought this as an investment property, and we had to have the tenant removed immediately. And we're still paying mortgage that we can't even afford on our first investment property.
Okay.
We were counting on 3, but we only have 2,
2 tenants
and
now.
fines
Yeah.
on
Okay.
top of that, yeah.
Okay. When was this cited? Let me ask the code officer. When was it first cited?
Was posted on the property in the 1st of 11/24.
So Jan, so just a month. So I guess you need to get a permit application in as quickly as you can. It's clear from the photographs. I mean, you can tell that there was a garage door there that's been closed off, and there's been windows there. So even if you've removed the internal things, the kitchen, the bathroom, whatever, there's still, and correct me if I'm wrong, code officer,
You're correct.
the exterior, the windows, the garage door cover up, that still all requires a permit as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Where do we get the permit from?
You need to apply with the city,
With him?
with the building department, right? I don't know.
Yeah,
is
with
it
the building
online?
department, not me. The
Is it
building
online now,
department.
sir, or
We-
do you
Yes,
have
it's
paper?
all online.
All online, okay.
We tried, and then the code, who was it? Some engineers upstairs said you're only allowed to have 2 in that neighborhood, where everybody else has 3.
Probably planning and
And
zoning.
we also asked for more parking spaces, and they said, no, you could only have one, but my neighbor right across the street has two next to each other. They said, no, you're supposed to have more green space.
So I understand that. So what's at issue this morning is that there's been a conversion of what used to be a garage into habitable space. So I can't speak today on whether or not you're allowed to have 3 units versus 2. All I can tell you is the amount of time that you need to either get a permit or revert it back to the way that it was previously. So the approved construction prior to the renovation and conversion. You'll need to work with planning and zoning, you'll need to work with the city on whether or not you're allowed to have 3 tenant spaces or not. That's a zoning code matter, I can't speak to that here today. What I'm gonna do is give you a little bit more time. The city's asked for 60 days, I'm gonna give you 90 days, because it sounds like there's a little bit of communication and dialogue that needs to happen, but I encourage you to start that process today. So
So, I'm sorry, to get it back to what it was, we don't know what it was. It's just they just told us not to have a tenant there. There's nobody there.
Well, what it originally was, so if it was a garage originally, which is what it looks like, there's a driveway that leads directly up to a structure, and you can actually still see what appears to be the cutout of what used to be the garage door. So, again, how you comply is you all make that determination as to whether you want to get permits and get the city's approval to have it the way you want it, or whether you revert back to what the approved plans for the structure were. This is the photo I was referencing. You can see, I mean, that's a little uncommon for a driveway to lead right up to a building, and you can almost see the outline of what was the garage door in that photo. So,
In case we can't, I'm sorry to interrupt.
no, go ahead.
If we cannot get the permission from these people again, you want us to put a garage door there in 60 days?
You'll have to get from the city the plans of what was approved. I don't know what was approved there. I don't know what was originally permitted, but yeah, if it's an illegal conversion, if you can't permit it to have it the way you'd like it, you need to revert it back to what it was and what's supposed to be there. But again, you'll need to work with the city on what was approved previously, what was permitted previously, and what that structure was approved to be. So I'm gonna give you additional time, because I think it's gonna take you a little time to get there, but as I said before, start today. Don't wait till the 89th day to call the city.
Oh, no,
Otherwise,
we-
the fine's gonna start running, and it, it could take you some time to comply.
We've been proactive about this,
Yeah,
I
we
feel.
got it
Okay,
destroyed
very
right
good.
away.
Yeah, just keep in touch with the city, the code officer, both the code officer and the building department with regard to the permitting.
Is there, if I convert this garage back into a garage, my neighbor has a garage right next to it. Is there gonna be selective enforcement, or everybody in the neighborhood has to turn into a garage again?
So, again, what your neighbor has, I don't know. I don't even know the zoning district there. So what your neighbor has is, don't worry about what your neighbor has. Worry about what you have, and worry about what the city is telling you can and can't do on your property. Get with the city immediately and try to get moving forward towards whatever your compliance is gonna be. But I'll give you sufficient time to do that, so you have a fair chance of getting complied by the time I'm gonna establish for you.
Is there any, I don't know, anyone that you know that we would talk to in regards to that?
You
That
need to
again,
talk-
we're
you need to
pointing right
contact the
across the
city.
street, that there's.
I know, but what
it's the
your
exact
neighbors
same
are doing,
building
I
that
know.
we have
Talk to the city
that's
staff.
been converted just
Talk
like
to the
ours.
city staff.
And again, we bought this property.
Sir, I understand that. This is I'm just code enforcement. All I can do is address the code enforcement issue. I can't tell you what you're allowed to do there or not. I don't know. That's why you need to speak with the city staff.
Thank you. Yeah, it's
Okay.
just that we do hear multiple stories from multiple people in the city.
I understand.
Some say just destroy the bathroom, some say, oh, you could have left the bathroom, just don't have a kitchenette.
But don't rely on what other people are telling you. Rely on what the city is telling you.
That's what the city told
Okay,
us.
so keep in
Robert
touch.
Williams, I don't know if he
Watkins.
Watkins, he doesn't work here anymore or something? We've been trying to get a hearing with you since last year. And then we went to Miss Williams over here, Monique, and she told us, that we had to come in. And gladly, thankfully, Mr. Stephen got us a hearing with you. And it's like, we've never heard from this before. We've been actually trying to get rid of everything for about a year now.
Well,
We
you're
don't
gonna have additional time to fix it, but as I
We've
said,
had time
right,
to
you've had some
convert it
time.
and destroy
Right.
it and convert, and then they're like, still wrong, I guess. Hopefully we don't need to put a garage door. We bought it without a garage door. We can't even afford the place without attend.
Again, get with the city as soon as this hearing is over, and get on a path towards compliance. I'll give you more than sufficient time to get there, but get in touch with the city as quickly as you can. Any other questions?
We come back to you with the pictures, or?
You will not come back to me. You'll get an order today that gives you the time frame that you need to comply within, and sets a fine amount. If you don't comply by the time I specify, then the fine will start running immediately the next day after that, basically on the 91st day. So make sure you're in compliance with the code enforcement department within those 90 days, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Excuse me,
Yes.
I'm Richard Burnell, Chief Building Inspector. I'll talk to you about it after the hearing,
Okay.
and I'll work with you with it.
Perfect.
Right.
All right, anything further from the city? All right, thank you. In case CEBLD 231-20475, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting as well as the confirmation of delivery of the certified mail that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of city staff that the respondents are in violation of section 105.1 for the garage conversion without a permit. I'll require respondents to comply within 90 days, or a $25 a day fine will start running from thereafter until compliance is achieved. So get in touch with the building official, as he said, and get toward compliance, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 215 Southern Boulevard, CE 230600060. Number 215 Southern Boulevard.
Morning.
Good morning. My name is Joe Valdez. I'm a building inspector with the City of West Palm Beach. And the code case that I have today is CE 23060060 at address 215 Southern Boulevard. The violation was, I was driving by one day and I saw some gentlemen installing some window fronts. That used to be the old 7-Eleven at Southern Boulevard. And I stopped and I checked on my computer and there was no permits. The permits were applied for, but they were doing work without the permits being issued. So then when I went in there, they had the whole front open and I observed other work being done inside. There was HVAC system being put in. There was a separating wall that separated another business that was being built on the west side, and electrical work, building work. You know, they're building a store, little counter. Bathroom was being put in.
Mm-hmm.
Some windows also in the back were being installed. That had been installed already, and that's what I observed. I issued posted the stop work order on 6/6 of 2023. The notice of violation was mailed on regular mail on 1/12/24, was posted on City Hall at 1/12 of 24, and was posted on the property on the same date of 1/12/24. Certified mail was delivered on 1/12/24 also. As I stated, the work that was being done already was new electric, new bathrooms, new windows, new storefront doors. And the pictures that you are seeing do accurately depict the work that was being done. Permits, we come to find that permits were in the system, but were never approved for some of the work, but they were doing more work that were depicted by the permits that were already applied for the interior. They have been applied for, but they have not been issued.
So have they now applied for everything that they need a permit for?
It's in the system, but like I said, that what they've applied for is not.
So they haven't
depict-
submitted new applications or expanded
No,
the
they
scope
haven't
of their
revised the
existing-
permit,
Okay, okay.
that's more accurately put. So, I have not had contact with any of the owners of the building. I've given them, you know, a lot of extensions on this, to try to work it out, because I've seen that that the plan reviewers have notes that have not been, you know, answered by them for the work that's being done. So I recommend 30 days to comply with the plan reviewers, and after that, it would be $150 a day fine. And I feel that that is a reasonable amount of time.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes,
Thank you. And again, the 30 days, 'cause they'll have to get in some new permits, right?
well,
As well as review the existing permits?
yes,
Okay.
yeah.
And to do that, all the work is already done, or is it still
The
in
work is
process?
done, business license have been issued, there's 3 separate businesses running in there.
Okay. And so knowing that they have to get some new permits, go over some existing permits, go through that whole process, get the inspections, under those some circumstances, do you think 30 days is a reasonable amount of time as well?
Well, 30 days is not for that, but this has been an ongoing thing for over a year, so they've had plenty of time to answer all the notes on them.
If you had to count from today, would it be 30 days? Would it be 45 days? What do you think would be reasonable then?
I would say, yeah, 60 days even, I would say, would be
Okay.
reasonable.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-a printout sheet, certified mailing documents, stop work order, photographs, and all the documentation for permits that was relied upon in investigating this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name, sir?
Omar Randolph,
And your relation to the
owner,
LLC?
owner rep for Blue Water Group.
Is that the same as BWR?
Yes.
Okay, very good. And you have authorization from the owner, from whoever the officers of that company are, to be here this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good, sir. So you've heard the city's side of things. I guess first and foremost, the documents that you've seen scrolling across the screens on both sides of me, do you have any objection to those documents being entered into the record?
No, just the time frame of when some of the stuff was done, I think may have been done before the purchase of the property, the storefront, and some other items were done afterwards. To Mr. Valdez's comment that the reviewers' comments have not been addressed, we have resubmitted for everything that was our part, not our part. We have as-built drawings for electrical, mechanical, plumbing, electric, isometrics for the,
When did you do that resubmittal? Very recently?
it was pretty recently, yes.
Okay, so you're saying that you did some of, you bought this and some of the work had already been done, but you did additional work?
The separating wall between, there were 3 spaces, it looked like a pass-through, I think the windows were done beforehand. The storefront was definitely put in, the door had failed and we needed to replace it. And that particular permit was submitted well before, but after we realized that there was going to be a significant, we needed to provide a significantly larger amount of information and to get approved. It took us some time to get all the necessary subcontractors, architectural drawings, and submit all of those bits of documentation. And at this point, from our experience and what we've seen with each submittal, it's typically 30 to 60 days before we get our, kickback to respond to. So, I'm not really sure, given the work has been completed, it would be great to have the place inspected and make sure everything is in compliance, instead of having the building plan reviewers just, kick us back some more comments, then we address them, and it, just starts the cycle again, which can take, we've been doing this for 6+ months.
When did you take ownership of the site?
I don't have the documentation in front of me, but it's probably 1.5 to 2 years.
Okay, so
ago.
a while, a good bit ago. Okay. And the most recent resubmittal that you referenced, that included the entirety of the work that was done, both
The entire building. So
Okay.
everything that Mr. Valdez commented on, storefront, windows, bathrooms, plumbing, AC,
Everything is in that,
electrical,
okay.
all of that.
Okay.
Yes.
And Mr. Valdez, let me ask you, you said you originally started this case when? The stop work order was when?
I think it was 6/6 of '23. Yes.
Okay, so 8 months ago, there was a stop work order.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you the 60 days. I think 30 is a little tight. Given all the work is done, though, I think it's just a matter of inspections, and given the fact that the stop work order's already been, it's already been 8 months since that was put on the property.
Yeah, I think the stop work order was issued, the work, the place was,
Right, but all that duration should have been the time for getting the permitting situated and getting done.
Sure.
So 60 more days should give you plenty of time to get through that. As I told the previous person, be diligent about responding to the comments. Don't let them sit in your inbox for days or weeks. And hopefully, like you said, if all the work is done, this should just be a matter of inspections and getting the permits issued.
yeah, I don't know if the chief building, maybe he can just give a quick look-see, and I don't know what the issuing of the permit would be
Well-
great, because then we can call for the inspections.
The problem with that is that there's all kinds of different, he's just the building. They're
Right.
gonna need electrical inspections,
There's a
plumbing
bunch of
inspections.
inspections
yeah.
are the trouble, but I think 60 days. That's why 30 I think is too tight. I don't know that that's reasonable. I think 60 days is reasonable. So that's what I'm going to give you, understanding that this has been going on for a long time.
If there are additional comments, it looked like the largest set of comments was from building. They were all addressed. Electrical and plumbing seemed very straightforward with what they were looking for. So I'm confident that those two parts will be fine. If we do have another kickback with some additional comments, does that start the clock again? Or, let's say the building department doesn't get us back the documentation that we need to address within 60 days.
That would surprise me. I mean, and I'll ask the code enforcement officer, what's the typical time frame for getting a permit once all the documents have been received from the city? I mean, my understanding is it's a lot
Well,
quicker than
at-
that.
At this point, I'll be fair, if they can get the permits issued within the 60 days, I'll be fine with that. They don't have to get the inspections and everything.
You're not
but-
requiring the inspections. You're
Yeah,
just
I'm not
requiring the
requiring,
permit
just
to
get
be
the
issued.
permits issued,
Okay.
and we'll take care of the inspections, because you're given another extra 180 days to do
Under the building permit
inspections.
to do the work. Okay, does
So-
that make sense to you, sir? So you have
does.
60
I'm
days
just-
just to get the permit issued?
Yeah, the only reason I'm mentioning what I'm mentioning is we have other properties, and in every instance we've had to get permits with West Palm Beach, it's typically taken over 6 months, and that's with maybe a 15-day turnaround time for us to resubmit to address comments. So my fear is the resubmittal with all the comments being addressed, if we do have another kickback from the building department to say, hey, please address this, we'll be certainly past that 60-day marker, because
Right, and so what I'm telling you is you need to do everything you can to get completed, get the permits issued within that 60 days.
Okay.
If you had applied and done your full resubmittal in June of 2023, you would be long done.
The resubmittal it's been a few weeks now, so.
Right, but I'm talking 8 months, right, as
Right.
compared to even a couple of weeks. So you'll have an opportunity, should a fine start running, should you not get the permits issued within 60 days, you'll have an opportunity once you're out of code compliance trouble and you have an affidavit of compliance, you can come
Sure.
back before me for fine mitigation. But I want to keep you headed in the right direction in a timely manner, because having a stop work order 8 months ago, you need to get the permits issued.
Sure.
There's been plenty of time on this case already, so I'm going to give you more time than they're asking for in hopes that you get complied within the time I require. But keep in communication with the building department and address their comments as quickly as you can, and I'm confident that the 60 days will be enough time. As he said, the inspections don't have to happen within that, so I think that's a reasonable amount of time. Anything further, sir?
No.
Anything further from you, sir? All right, very good. In case CE 23060060, I'll enter the town's evidentiary case files, composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting and the delivery confirmation on the certified mailing that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of city staff that the respondent's in violation of sections 105.1 and 110.3. I'll require respondent to comply within 60 days, or $150 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter. Best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, number 13-517 44th Street, CE 23110972, number 13-517 44th Street.
Good morning. Court Officer Mills for the City of West Palm Beach. The property at 517 44th Street was cited on November 1st, 2023. Service was accomplished by a certified mail sent on November 1st, 2023. Certified mail was signed for on November 8th, 2023. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on January 19th, 2024. I have been in contact with the property owner. The property is being cited for a trash can in plain view, in public view, as well as not having a certificate of use and a rental license for the 6-unit multifamily unit. As of this morning, the property has not come into compliance, therefore the city is asking for an additional 180 days. And this is to facilitate the fact that I've been in contact with the owner of the property, and they're having screen issues, which they need to replace the windows, which they will need permits and so forth. And $200 per day if compliance is not achieved. However, I would also like to request 10 days for the trash can to be put away out of public view.
Is it back? Okay. Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yes.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
There is.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
It does.
Okay. And the photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
They do.
Okay. In terms of the rental license, is it a function of there's a rental license application, but it's just not passed inspections, or is there no application at all?
I cited the property owner. He did put in an application. However, the unit hasn't been inspected as yet.
Okay. And it's just, did you say 1 unit or 6 units?
6.
6. Okay. So there's no dispute that it's something that's being rented or intended to be rented, right?
No dispute.
Okay, very good. And the trash can, is it the fact that it's out in public view, viewable from the street or the front on days and times that's not consistent with pickup?
That is correct. When it's
Okay.
not being serviced, it's always out in the front.
Okay. And you talked about the 180 days and why you're asking for that and why you think that that's reasonable. And you believe that 10 days is reasonable for the trash cans, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
Name for the record?
Clement McNally.
And what's your relation to the LLC?
I'm the managing member.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
So you've heard what the city is saying. Looks like you have 2 issues here.
Yep.
One of them's an easy fix, one of them's a little bit more complicated. Do you understand what's wrong with the garbage can placement?
Yeah, they're both easy. Somehow the garbage can seems harder. I just texted my property manager and not in a very happy way because he and I have spoken about this.
The
and
garbage
so
cans, okay.
We'll get it straightened out. The windows and screens, they're very old windows. They crank out, so you can't put the screens on the outside. The screens on the inside are a problem because of the cranks, and then enough of the cranks are broken, that we didn't know about from tenants. So all that together, every window screen person that we talked to, vendor that we talked to, was like, you just need to replace these.
Okay.
So I have a notice of commencement in with Window Doctors. I spoke with Marcia, who's the owner there, Monday. She said she just gotten the paperwork from her, like Joe, her guy in the field, that morning, and so they should have been submitting them either Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
And did you already have a permit from the city to do that, or no?
So I signed and notarized the notice of commencement and
Okay.
gave it to the vendor.
Next step is the
So
permit
they
then.
have to
Okay.
submit it, and I called on Monday. They said, yeah, we just got them in the office. We'll submit them any day now.
Okay.
So I mean, I'm 180 days. I think is great. The quote they gave me an 8-week lead time on the windows, and then the install period is 1 week. So
that should be 180 days is
yeah,
more than enough
180
time
days
for you.
should be
Okay.
fine, especially given that this week the permit should be in. As long as the permit doesn't take too long, we should be fine.
Okay, very good. Just a procedural matter, you've seen the documents scrolling on the screens on both sides of me. Do you have any objection to the city's case file being entered?
No.
Thank you, sir. Anything else you'd like me to hear?
No.
Okay.
Thank
One question for the code officer, same fine amount for both?
Yes.
Okay. Anything further from the city?
No.
Okay. In case CE 23110972, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting as well as the signed certified mail that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 74341AH, 2232A, and 22441. For the violation of 7434A1H, the garbage cans in public view, I'll require respondents to comply within 10 days or face a fine of $200 a day. For the remaining violations of section 2232A and 22441, I'll require respondents to comply within 180 days or again, face a $200 a day fine for each day that the violation continues. So best of luck to you.
Yep.
Get the permit in as quickly as you can.
Absolutely.
Thank
And
you,
I'll
sir.
just stay in touch with Officer Mills.
Number 18, 6924 69th Way, CE 23111127. Number 18, 6924 69th Way.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On November 29th, while conducting a rental inspection, the property at 6924 69th Way was cited for failure to obtain building permits, rental license violation, and certificate of use. And inspections required. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted January 17th. Certified mail and regular mail was sent November 29th. Certified mail was signed for January 26th. As of this morning, the permits have been submitted for the work done in the restroom pertaining to the shower. It still needs to be obtained and inspected. Once that has been completed, the reinspection of the rental license can be rescheduled. With that being said, City is recommending 30 days to bring the property into full compliance, or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the photographs that we're reviewing truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And obviously, because you were doing a rental inspection, we assume that there was a rental application, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you believe that 30 days is a reasonable amount of time?
Yes, because like I said, the permit is ready to be issued, so they need to pick it up and schedule the inspection. So once that's done, the permit can be closed out, and then we can schedule a reinspection for the rental license.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, the rental application, and any and all other inspection documents.
Thank you. Your name, sir?
Maciej Kadzinski,
And your relation to Luna Florida Properties?
manager.
Thank you, sir. So you've heard what this city is saying. Sounds like you've gotten the permits issued. You just need to have inspections and then get a reinspection on the rental.
I'm not aware of permit being issued. Last time I checked was yesterday. I mean, the paperwork was submitted. We started the process early in January. I checked yesterday, last time if permit was issued, that's fantastic, but I'm not aware of it that permit was issued yet. It's in process of being issued. I mean, I have a permit number, but it hasn't gone to the point where the inspection is scheduled yet. Maybe I'm in the middle of the process of that.
Let me ask Mr. McFarland, did you check this morning?
I checked it this morning, there's a permit.
Okay.
It needs to continue the process so it can be issued. I didn't say it was issued.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so I apologize.
That's fine, that's fine. You just continue the process to get it issued. and then he can get
Correct.
the inspections for the permits.
What has to
Correct.
happen for it to get issued?
Excuse me?
What's remaining for the permit to get issued?
I mean, it's still going through plan
Review.
review, so once it goes through that, and hopefully nothing is wrong, then it can be issued.
Yeah, my mistake, I'm sorry, permit was issued, it's just not,
Because the thing
it's
is,
under
the
the review.
the work is already done,
Okay,
so
right.
so it shouldn't be any hiccups for him to get the permit.
All right. Let me ask you, sir, the documents that you've seen scrolling on the screens behind me, any objection to those documents being
I
entered into the
don't.
record? All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to give you a little bit more time just to make sure you get all the way through the process. It sounds like you're making good faith effort to get there. But since I thought I misheard him as well, I thought he said that the permit had been issued. So if the permit's not been issued, I'm going to give you an additional 15 days on top of what he's requesting, just to make sure there's no issues. But be diligent about making sure you address comments that come back to you. Don't let them sit in your inbox, and don't let time kind of pass
Yes.
by without being responsive to the city. Anything further you'd like me to hear?
No, thank you so much, thank you.
Okay, anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 2311-1127, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the affidavit of posting as well as the signed certified mailing, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs and testimony of city staff, that respondents in violation of sections 105.1, 22441, 2232A, and 110.1. And I'll require a respondent to comply within 45 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter. So keep on the permit. 45 days should be enough time, but just keep on it so that you get it issued and you get the inspections done and you get out of code enforcement.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank
so
you.
much. Thank you.
Next case, number 10241 Churchill Road, E CE 23111067, number 10241 Churchill Road.
Good morning.
Morning.
Richard Pasmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was cited on November 16th. Certified mail was sent out November 22nd. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted on November 29th. I completed an affidavit of posting and submitted it. It's attached on this case. And on that affidavit, it also indicates that notice of violation was sent via first-class mail. This property was cited as a result from a complaint from a property I cited for similar issue. The code sections were cited 74-4-C4, trees, hedges obstructing the right-of-way, specifically the sidewalk and street, excessive height for hedge, visibility triangle, the visibility at intersections are obstructed, and excessive growth.
If I could say something, I
Hold
do
on,
have
just-
a hearing impairment, and I'm having a little trouble even with my hearing aids in, so if people
Okay.
could speak up, I would
Mr.
appreciate
Pasmino,
it.
can you get a little bit closer to that microphone?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, do you want me to start over? Or?
Continue, and then if
Okay.
she has questions, you can
Okay.
restate.
Those violations were cited as observed in my photos. And I met with the owner multiple times to explain the violations at the property, to discuss the safety concerns, specifically with the visibility of the triangle at the intersection. As of yesterday, some work has been done to correct some of the violations, but as of today, the violations are incomplete. The owner needs additional time to fix the hedges, the height, due to like having to gather the resources and the cost. So with that said, the city is recommending 60 additional days or a fine of $200 a day until compliance is achieved. And I have, all my photos are in the case. They're accurate and depict. They show everything that I
Thank you.
stated.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. All the alleged violations are springing out of these these hedges that we're seeing, right?
Yes, they're all due to the hedges.
Okay, and it's just on that, is it just on that one corner of the property?
No, it's along the west border and the south border of the property, two sides
Okay,
of the property.
very good. Thank you very much. Do you believe that 60 days is a reasonable amount of time, given that you indicated the respondent needed some time to gather resources? Do you believe 60 days is reasonable?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. A special magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs. Thank you.
So, yeah, so like I said, as of today, all the violations do remain. A lot of work was done, but they're incomplete. That's the visibility triangle. She has cut down a lot compared to the initial inspection photos, but there's still some issue with, like, kind of right there. If you stop right at where you're supposed to stop at the stop sign, you still cannot see incoming traffic or anyone on the sidewalk unless you pull all the way out into the sidewalk. I've gone out there and measured the area. It has to be 20 feet from where the property will meet, and 20 feet north, and then 20 feet east, and then cut a triangle.
And let me just ask you while you're still speaking, the hedge height, is that also still an issue?
Yes,
the entire hedge has to be cut back to?
It has to be cut down to 10 feet.
Okay.
And that's where I gave the 60 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's 10 feet or 6 feet?
10 feet for a hedge.
10 feet for a hedge, okay. Okay, ma'am, your name?
Yes, my name is Donna Jacobs, and I would just, I differ a little bit respectfully. There was a meeting on December 8th with Mr. Joyce and Mr. Pasmino and my neighbor and myself, and we discussed the problem because this is not a new hedge, which could be easily dealt with. It's been there for 20 years, and I have never been asked before to adhere to the strict specifications of the traffic triangle. In fact, in 2021, Mr. Pasmino cited me and then only asked me to keep it clear in front of the stop sign, which I have done. I have my own pictures, if I could present them to you.
You
Yes.
can go ahead and give them to Mr. Pasmino, and he'll show them to the city attorney first, and then I'll look at them after. Give them to Mr. Pasmino first? Thank you.
Make sure I have them.
Ma'am, you have to be in front of the microphone, please.
The visibility has been greatly improved. I will grant that there is still a possible compromise because when he disapproved of the second trimming, I measured with my carpenter's rule, and it's 19 by 19 instead of 20 by 20. But since we had initially agreed to a compromise, I would hope that would be accepted.
And when you say initially agreed to a compromise, when was that?
December 8th.
And, we went at the meeting that you had?
Pardon me?
Was that at the meeting that you referenced?
I'm sorry?
Was that at the meeting that you spoke about?
Yes, it was a meeting with Mr. Joyce and my
And who-
neighbor.
Just so I'm understanding, who's Mr. Joyce? Is that city staff?
That's the manager for code enforcement.
Okay, very good, thank you. And yourself were there,
Yeah.
okay,
And my coworker, John Frosco, was also there.
okay. Let me just let's deal with the documents first, and then we can deal with the merits. So, Ms. Jacobs, any objection to the city's case file, the city's documents? Do you have any objection to those being entered into the record?
No, as I say, it's been there for 20 years, and this is the first time I've been asked to do it.
Okay, very good. Any objection from the city on entry of the 6 photographs presented by the respondent?
No objection.
Okay, with that, in case CE 23110, excuse me, CE 231111067, I'm going to enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1, and I'm going to enter respondents' photographs as composite exhibit R2.
If I may add, I do not understand why, when he photographs the intersection, he does it through the passenger window instead of the front windshield. My pictures are from the front windshield.
Okay.
And I'm not sure that I heard whether or not Mr. Pesmino has approved the trimming that I did along Churchill Road. He's never really said whether he did.
I'd just like to add, this is the property line. It's a little bit off, it's not perfect, but this is from property appraisers. Their property line is actually about like 8 feet from the street. So the area where I told her to trim is actually already giving her
It's in
more.
the right of way is what you're saying?
Yeah,
Bushes are in the
the
right
hedge
of
is
way?
on the right of way, but it is allowed on that street per zoning. I've got with them before. But the area that I've asked her to trim to allow visibility is the biggest issue. To allow visibility it's already giving her more than technically she is allowed via property line.
If I may, in 2021, July, the same code officer presented me with the violation citation. I have that if you would care to see it. And again, he came to the property and he said that he had no problem with the traffic triangle, and he only asked me to clear foliage before the stop sign. I would also like to submit.
Okay, go ahead and submit everything to Mr. Paz. So if you have anything else, go ahead and get everything to Mr.
Pardon me?
Pasmino. So we submit everything that you have to Mr. Pasmino so we can get all the documents into evidence at one time. So anything else you want me to
I'm
consider?
just having trouble understanding you, I'm sorry.
Go ahead and any other documents that you want to enter into the record, go ahead and give them to Mr. Pasmino at one time, and then you can explain them to me.
Sure.
And hold on, just hand them to him and then go back to the microphone, because I need you to speak. Yep, hand them to him as well. And then go back to the microphone and you can explain what you handed to him.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing, so I try to get closer to you.
That's fine. Go ahead and explain what you handed to Mr. Pasmino.
So I gave him the citation that he sent me on July of 2021, and I have also given him exhibits 10 through 18 of traffic triangles and intersections in my own neighborhood. I see them every morning on my bike ride, which I don't know if they have been given variances or whatever, but I think that what I have done compares very favorably to other traffic triangles and intersections in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So let me ask, while the city is looking at those documents, let me ask Mr. Pasmino a couple of questions. So the violation, it doesn't matter where your photographs are taken, is that correct? It matters what the measurement is from
Correct.
the corner in each direction, is that
Yeah.
correct or is that incorrect?
Per zoning code, that's correct, yes.
Okay, and what's the distance from the point
Yeah.
at which the intersection comes together? What's the distance on each side that the bushes have to be cut out of?
So the clearance created at the point, 20 feet along the point.
Thank you.
like in one direction and then the other direction. Everything within where that third line would meet should be cleared.
So you go 20 feet in both directions and then close the
Yes.
triangle essentially, and there
Yes.
can't be bushes within that triangle, is that
Everything
correct?
within there has to be cleared between 18 inches and like 8 feet, I believe.
Okay. And where, based on, you went there this morning, Mr. Pesmino?
I went there yesterday.
Okay.
my
How
most
far
recent
back
photos.
are the bushes right now?
So the problem is like the angle. She's cleared it to where it's still kind of rounded, and it on the south side of the property, I would say it's not cleared. On the
Okay.
north side, it is cleared, and the angle's not complete.
Okay, so there's still,
Yes.
your testimony is that there's still hedge within the visibility triangle?
In the visibility triangle, yeah. Specifically, I guess, from the south, from the point of intersection where the property meets, I would say the clearance it starts about 10 feet, where it should be 20, up to like where the driveway is.
Okay, and what's the current height of the hedge?
It's about 20. It's way over 10 feet.
Okay. Well, and I guess give me the respondent referenced a meeting that you were at with
Yeah.
her and
So
your
the
manager?
meeting, yeah, she requested that the manager goes out to explain the same violations I explained to her.
Mm-hmm.
During that meeting, there wasn't any agreement. What I said and what the manager said is, you can cut back what you think is, enough or what you're willing to do, and the special magistrate will determine. And I did, at the time, I only agreed to come back out after she makes a cut to let her know if it's good or not.
And I guess let me just ask you about the 2021 case that continues to come up. Did that make it to hearing, or?
No, so if you look at it, it's just an inspection report or a
Mhm.
courtesy notice. And that one I just created because I had seen, I'm sure if you pull up the photos, the hedges were well over the stop sign. And at that time, she explained the same situation, how her income is limited and she couldn't afford to make such changes. So at the time, because it was a courtesy notice and wasn't a result of a complaint, like this case is, I had closed it on the condition that she maintains and continues to cut and take care of the hedge. But if you see the initial photos, it's an ongoing fight.
And it doesn't even look like this is the same hedge, is it? From 2021?
I don't think the photos she gave you are from 20. She gave you a lot of photos of
Oh,
different properties.
these are your
Yeah.
neighbors' properties. Okay, that's what, okay. The hedge hasn't changed. The hedge material is exactly the same as 2021. It's just grown more, I guess. Oh, what is the hedge? A sea grape?
Pardon me?
What kind of, it's a sea grape hedge, right?
It's sea grape, which does have some protections under Florida environmental law, which is one of the reasons I also asked for a compromise, because to cut that much could damage the plant, and that's why I had my landscaper do it, and I had him come twice. I have kept Mr. Pasmino informed. He has responded, sometimes not as quickly as I would have liked, but I have done the work. I am an 82-year-old widow. I do live on a fixed income. I had already paid $1,550 in October to have the sea grape hedges trimmed. You can see that they are trimmed neatly. I do it twice a year. And again, this was the first time I was asked to adhere to the specifications of the traffic triangle. I have tried my best. I admit it's only 19 by 19 feet. I think the visibility taken from my car's windshield parked behind the stop sign shows that there is pretty adequate visibility for oncoming traffic.
Well, that's the difficulty. I understand, and that's why I wanted to make the point. What you can see out your windshield is not what the code requires. The code requires the 20 by 20, right? So even though you think you can see out your windshield and you can see okay, that may not be code compliant. So you have to get it cut back to the 20 feet by 20 feet, which is what the code specifies.
But I don't think he's not arguing that so much as he's arguing something about an angle, which I don't understand.
Yeah, so if we adhere to because the issue is where the property line actually lies,
Right, where you start the measurements from, is that?
well, because this whole street and this whole block, all the vegetation, like from my initial inspection with the property appraiser satellite view, all the property line doesn't start where the vegetation starts.
I don't understand this reasoning.
So he's saying that the
Would be,
the measurement of 20 feet, that you're measuring 20 feet from the corner of your property line. What
Right.
he's saying is that the existing hedge goes further into the right-of-way, which requires you to cut more back than, you need to start the cut at your property line and go 20 feet in both directions from the property line, and then cut whatever's in the right-of-way out of the right-of-way. Is that correct, Mr. Pesmino?
Well, because all the houses on that block have vegetation in the right of way, it is allowed. I went out there and measured exactly where the cuts would have to start.
So you've marked the property for her where
I
the cuts
offered,
need
she
to
didn't want me to mark it with the spray paint, but I had offered.
Excuse me, you also said that the orange paint would probably fade by the time it was time for the hearing. So you also chimed in
I could
on
do that again at any time. But in my most recent photos, I have a tape measure laid out, and I took photos where one of the borders would start, the other side, the border, I didn't take photos of, but according to like property appraisers, it would be right where the driveway is.
Okay. So that deals with the visibility triangle.
Yes.
You understand that you also have to cut the entire hedge down to 10
I'm
feet?
sorry?
You understand that you have to cut the entire hedge down to 10 feet, is that correct? You understand that?
The height of the hedge along Olive, yes, and I was told I would be given time because this is the wrong time of year to take 30% off the top of a hedge. And I had also just paid $1,550 to have it trimmed, so that has been scheduled for April, which is a better time for the sea grape and for my budget.
Yeah, that's why I asked for 60
And if he
days.
really, if he believes that the angle of the branches on the north side of the stop sign need to be cut back, that could also be done at that time.
Yeah, so,
It's very expensive to keep having the landscaper come back every time.
yeah, so I asked for 60 days for all. And if you look at that description, the angle issue that I'm arguing is because where it should be 20 feet on the north and then 20 feet on the south, hers is more, almost close to 20 feet on the north, and then only about 10 to 15 feet on the south, which is not providing all the
Not
clearance.
meeting the code, yeah, okay.
And ultimately,
I'm sorry, my carpenter's rule must be wrong. I got roughly 19 by 19. I would also point out that the first exhibit, number 10A and 10B, is a sea grape hedge just a few blocks from my house, and the clearance for that one is 9 feet by 12.
So as I indicated on the previous case, what's going on with your neighbors isn't relevant to what's going on your property. So I don't know if those
It's
people
only
are
for
in code.
comparison.
No, I
I'm just-
understand that.
I would just like to be treated fairly, that's
Right,
all.
I understand
So
that.
if every traffic triangle has to adhere to the exact specifications, then every triangle should.
Understood. Did
And
the
I-
city attorney have something to say?
I was just gonna conclude and say that, ultimately it is a, safety and welfare issue for the residents that pass by and use those roads.
All right, let me ask the city attorney, do you have any objection to these additional exhibits, 1, 10A, 10B, 12, 14, 5, 4, 3, and 2 being entered into the record?
No objection.
Okay, with that, I'll enter the exhibits, respondents' exhibits with the numbers that I just noted for the record. Anything further you'd like me to hear, ma'am?
Pardon me?
Anything further? Anything else that you'd like to say?
Well, I would like to say that, first of all, when I was surprised to get the notice, I was told that the reason I was cited this time was because a neighbor had turned me in, which doesn't seem like quite the right rationale for the code department to be enforcing traffic triangle dimensions if they're so crucial for the safety of everyone driving on the road. I do not wish to turn in the people for the examples I gave you. That's just why I blacked out the name of the street. I would also like to point out that I understand it is my responsibility to maintain visibility at the corner, but that it is also the responsibility of drivers. And I checked a lot of driving videos, driver training courses, and there are no white lines at the crosswalk at Churchill Road, and many of the cross streets on Olive do not have those extra lines, which they do on Flagler. So it is the driver's responsibility when they stop. If they cannot see, they are to proceed slowly, treat the stop sign as a yield sign, and only when they can see are they to proceed into traffic. So I think that there's responsibility on both sides, and I think that I think we should be able to agree that I have really enhanced the visibility at that corner, considering that these are trees, they're not bushes, they're not young bushes anymore. And I tried to do it to protect the sea grape as well.
Okay, I appreciate that additional testimony. Unfortunately, what's before me is just compliance with the city's code. The responsibility on the part of drivers is not within my purview this morning, but I do see that you've made efforts to try to comply, so I'm going to give you additional time to get into full compliance with the city's code. Anything further from the city?
No.
All right, in case CE 231111067, I've entered both parties' documents into the record. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting and the documentation in the case file that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs within the case file, both from the city and respondent, that the respondent is in violation of section 94302B1, 94305E, 744C4, and 18106B. I'll require the respondent to comply within 90 days, or a $200 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter. So I've given you additional time to come into compliance to try to accommodate your landscaping schedule. Get the trimming done, keep in contact with Mr. Pasmino so that you can get a compliance inspection once the trees have been fully trimmed.
I'm sorry, how much time are you giving me?
90 days.
90 more days? Well,
Yes,
that
90
should take
days
me
from
through
today.
April. And then what will happen at that point?
If you are not complied within the 90 days, the fine will start running on the 91st day. So I've given you an additional month above and beyond what the city recommended to try to get compliance.
If I may ask, is there any determination by you whether or not I have been acting as if I wish to comply? I mean,
Yes, and I stated that for the record, that you've made good efforts to try to get into compliance, but that you just have a little bit more work to do.
Okay.
So yes, I agree with you. You have been working to try to get this complied, but as of today, you're not in full compliance. So I'm giving you time to get in full compliance, so I wish you the best of luck. Keep in touch
So
with
then
Mr. Pasmino.
At the end of 90 days, is there another magistrate hearing?
There is not, no ma'am.
Thank you. So it's just up to Mr. Pasmino?
Correct. When
And
you
Mr.
think you're
Joyce?
complied.
And Mr.
Correct.
Joyce?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, number 9329 Comata Street, CE 2401124, number 9329 Comata Street.
Which one was first? I'm sorry.
I think you said number 9, correct?
39, right? Okay.
Did you say number 9?
Oh, there's more than, okay, I didn't realize it was number 8 and 9.
Yeah.
So I guess I called 9 if you want to hear 9 first.
Right, so 9 is 240-11239, right? Right?
No, number 9 is 240.
0, okay, all right. All right, sorry. All right, so good morning. Alex Oliver, Code Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on January 3rd, 2024. Certified mail was sent on January 3rd, 2024. Certified mail was signed, returned signed on January 8th, 2024. Property was, City Hall was posted, and the notice of violation was hand-delivered on January 4th, 2024. I have been in
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you speak up just a little bit? I'm having trouble
Yes.
hearing you.
So both property was and City Hall were hand-delivered and posted on January 4th, 2024. I have been in contact with the owner and management of the establishment, and an affidavit was posted to the case. The property was cited for 78342A, no cafe sitting permit, and 18215B, failure to comply. As of this morning, the property is not in compliance. Therefore, the city is asking for an additional 150 days for them to come into compliance. If not, then to $50 a day until compliance is achieved.
Was that $50?
$250.
250. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions.
Yes.
You said there's an affidavit of posting in the file.
Yes.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
And the photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violation that you've observed?
Yes.
Okay. And just to make the record clear, it's a lack of a sidewalk cafe permit, is that right?
Yes.
And that basically, just for the record, I know it seems obvious, but what is it about what you're seeing you believe makes this an alleged violation?
Okay, just to give a little background. There's been multiple complaints coming from zoning about this business. First was an issue with the tint, which I addressed with them immediately. I went and spoke with management. That day was Mike. And a few hours later, they called me and they removed the tint in the same day. So they've been trying to comply with everything that's being brought up to them. Then the cafe seating permit was addressed, which means they need to have a permit to have those seating outside for their business, for their customers. I spoke with them. They immediately sent me an email saying that they're trying to get that all the history of the email conversation is in the file. So they've been working with Claudia Ibavin in zoning to address this issue. So what happened what later on came to be was they first applied for the permit, but they were having some issues with the application. So Claudia helped them, and then they've been going back and forth for the past month and a half. And then last week, Claudia told me that there is an issue with another case, existing case, that's already became a lien on the property due to a work done with our permit with building. So I attached that. You can see the reference case on the file. Claudia explained to me that on the section, I forgot I added on the, if you can look at the attachments, Claudia gave me a ordinance that says section 94. If you can please look that up. It's section 94, that one. So she said that zoning will not issue any permit unless all the money that is owed to the city or in any other cases has to be resolved before they issue a permit. So the permit was until 3 days ago was denied. So that's why the property is not in compliance. So right now we're in this predicament in which they need to get that resolved in order for them to get a cafe sitting permit. I spoke with Dylan Battles in building. He stated that there's one business and 2 parcels. So the landlord has combined the 2 properties into one on the unity of title. So that's why they have only 1 license, but because they're dealing with that with zoning as well. But because it's not showing up in PAPA, that's why there's 2 violations, 1 for each parcel. Now, keeping that in mind, Deal and Battle said that there's permits that they have applied for this particular one, they need to resubmit the permit, and for the other one, it's already in review. So as of this moment, that's what's happening on the case. That's why we request 150 days in order for them to have enough ample time. We know there's an existing case that has already been adjudicated, but from today's on, to resolve this issue, knowing that they might need to get architects and designers involved, it might take a little longer. And the city, Dylan also explained to me that the city's a little behind on permitting and stuff. So that's why we requested 150 days.
Thank you. And just another couple questions. With the pictures that we're seeing or the photos, are you seeing on multiple days, at multiple times, this outdoor seating, the tables and the chairs?
Yes, they've been seen multiple times during the week, yes.
And as of your most recent observation, are they still, do they still have those tables and chairs out
yes.
during business hours?
Yes.
Okay. I don't believe that have we officially called the other case? Because I'll have them go through the certified and.
No, also for number 8, 329 Clematis Street B, CE 240112239.
So, Officer Oliver, with respect to the 329B Clematis Ventures, 329 Clematis Street Unit B, is that having the same problem?
It basically is identical to the other one, yes.
Okay.
So it was posted in the same days, January 3rd. It was cited. Certified mail was sent on January 3rd. It was signed and returned on January 8th. It was hand-delivered and posted on City Hall on January 4th. And again, I was in contact with the owner.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. I don't have anything further. Do you have anything further? No. Okay. So Special Magistrate on case number 9, ending in 240, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, emails, permit applications, and any and all other documents relied upon. And then, if you'd like, I can do the second one right now as well.
Go ahead, yes.
All right. So case number 8, ending in 239, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, emails, any permits, and any and all other documents relied upon.
And I think I know the answer to this, but just so I'm clear, the same remedy for both cases, right? Same time frame for
Yes.
compliance, same fine?
And also, I was just brought up that until they have the permit, they need to remove the tables as of today. So from today on, the tables need to go until they have the permit. So a cease and desist. We need to request, the city wants to request a cease and desist for the tables.
Well, doesn't that ultimately bring them into compliance? So then they don't need 150 days to get the permit, right? If they remove the tables, then they don't need a permit, right?
That would be yes. Yes, you would be correct.
You might read the reason for the extended period of time.
Hold on.
Oh.
Give me your name, sir, first. Both of your names.
My name is Martin Roca, and I'm representing the owners of Clematis Establishment. And the reason why they need to extend more time, we do have a certified copy of the actual unified of the parcel, but that has not been in effect. So in other words, the city has been in review and it hasn't uploaded the whole, the notification. So therefore, we need to extend it more time. This is the reason why we need more time.
All right. I guess let's start with let's get the documents in, and then we can further discuss what's going to happen here. So the city has showed you both cases. Do you want to put that in evidence?
Yes, this is a certified copy from the city.
Okay.
Completely process it, but it's already in.
Go ahead and give that to the code officer then, thank you.
I do have some further comments when you're ready, Special
Okay,
Magistrate.
let me get the documents in first. So once you've done reviewing that, code officer, if you could give that to the city attorney. Any objection to that document?
No objection.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so gentlemen, let me ask you both. So in case 8, which is CE 24011239, that's for Unit B, the case documents were put up on the screen with the photographs. Any objection to that, to those documents, that case file being entered into the record?
No.
No.
Okay. Your name, sir, for the record?
Eric Sessions.
And your relation to these LLCs?
I'm the manager, director of operations for the owner of the.
Okay, thank you. So with that, let me just get the documents in on case 8 and CE 24011239. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. And I'll enter respondents exhibit R2 also without objection. That's a declaration of unity of title for the parcels. In case 9, CE 24011240. That's Suite A. Any objection to the city's documents being entered into the record?
No.
Okay, I'll enter in case CE 24011240, the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll also enter again the respondent's exhibit R2, which is again the declaration of unity of control. I think I misspoke previously. In case 8, it's also a declaration of unity of control. Okay, so I understand. I've admitted this document, but I'm not sure that it's relevant in terms of the seating issue. So I understand you have 2 cases because of what's gone on with the combination or unifying control of the sites, but that doesn't address the operation of the outdoor patio without a permit.
Well, so basically, I mean, it revolves around this whole parcel thing, because I completed the whole application for the permit for the seating and turned that in a month ago, you know, for review and stuff, whatever, but they won't review it because of this issue going on with the parcel thing, which our landlords, the owner, were taking care of as they were combining both parcels. We already had property appraiser come out and do an inspection. They had, I mean, every other license and stuff that we've done has approved everything, and it's gone through from DBPR, health, everyone else. I don't know why, I mean, I don't know any of the legalities with any of the property appraiser stuff, but according to our owner, everything's been done and it's been combined. So it's supposed to be one parcel now, but according to the city, it's not, which is why they won't approve our seating application.
All right, let me hear from the city response on that.
Yeah, like the reason why the permit was denied, as per zoning, Claudia Ibavan, it's on email, is regarding of that special magistrate order on October 18th, which is they had a previous case because of a work done without a permit. That's the reason zoning gave me that why the permit was denied, because they had a previous case that been adjudicated because of a work done without a permit, and there's already running fines on it.
So you're saying that the denial doesn't have anything to do with the combination of parcels, it has to do with outstanding fines on the property?
Yes, that's, and the email, it's on, if you look up the email from zoning, it's by Claudia Ibavan. She's the one handling the cafe permits. She's the one in charge of handling the cafe permit approvals from zoning.
So I have a list here of everything they're claiming why it was refused, and everything's been addressed on there. The only thing that's not being really approved is the parcel combination.
Does that list include the outstanding fines? For the code enforcement case?
Yeah, but see, I may speak to, and then, see, the thing about it is like, because of the United of Parcels being officially done, you cannot move and proceed with everything else. That's actually part of us for complying with the prior case and everything else, because that United hasn't been reviewed through the whole city and the process. So they like interlap together, one case affect the other one.
Okay, let me ask the code officer, is this underlying case, is it in compliance now?
No.
So
No,
they can't even pay the fine because the fine hasn't stopped?
It hasn't stopped. That's why I spoke with Dylan Battles, which is the building, I forgot his title, I'm sorry at this moment. But he said Unit B, right now they have submitted a permit for Unit B, which is in review. And for Unit A, because the city still has those 2 parcels, Unit A, the permit needs to be resubmitted. So according to what I was told, there was a wall, or there was a wall that was removed, or the 2 buildings were combined into one, and that job was done without a permit, and that's why the case on the screen was issued, a special magistrate order was cited before. And because of that standing case, that's the reason Claudia Bavin told me that the permit was denied. And so that's what the city denied it.
So what's the city's request for remedy?
To address the issue with in order for them to get the cafe sitting permit, they need to resolve the issue of the previous case that's standing on the case. I forgot the name, the number. It's
Martin.
no, the name. Can you scroll?
That's fine. It's up on the screen.
It's on the screen.
Yeah,
So
right. I got it.
the other one, that previous case has to be resolved. So they need to get with building, resolve this case. That way, zoning can approve a cafe sitting permit for them, and then that will bring them to compliance. That's why we're asking for. The city's asking for 150 days to give them enough time for them to speak with building and resolve the issue. So this can be.
So you're
approved.
you're sticking
Yes.
with the 150-day compliance timeline? Okay.
And Special Magistrate, if I may,
Go ahead.
just from an aside, for a sidewalk cafe permit, I was reminded by Officer Frasco that, one of those requirements, and we just don't know what's in their application. There's insurance requirements to have a sidewalk cafe, to get that permit as well, for liability purposes and indemnification purposes. There's, measurements that have to be done through, I believe, engineering. Certainly, when it comes to passageways or aisles or seating, to make sure that there's proper clearance, in regards to anything in that way, as well as just the boundaries and parameters anyway. And so, that's also a concern in asking for what we're asking for today. Still having those seats and tables out there and being used without the permit being issued for that sidewalk cafe. We don't know if they have the proper insurance in place. There's been nothing presented that we can review today or bring before you today by the respondents.
But all of that is in the application that I put in a month ago that hasn't been reviewed yet. It's all of that, the checklists. I have the insurance, I have the pictures, I have architect drawings, I have measurements, I have everything that the city has asked for in there. But we're stuck in a catch-22 here because they won't review it because of this issue with the other.
Yeah, that's the difficulty that I'm having.
The
It's
other-
like they can't comply because of this other
Case.
combination issue, so it's very difficult. I'm inclined to give them the 150 days to comply. I guess to the matter of compliance, they could remove the seats and tables today and get in compliance without having the permit been issued. Or you can take the entire 150 days, get through the process of permitting. But I'm not inclined to require immediate remedy because I just, it doesn't seem like there's a way to do that quickly.
The problem is also it's our landlord that has to do we don't own the building. So he's the one combining the parcels, and his attorneys and stuff did all the paper. According to him, it was all done, everything. The property appraiser's office did come out. They did their investigation and stuff. So I don't know where it stands right now. According to our landlord, it was done and it should be complete. I don't know why it doesn't show up for you guys, or, you know, whatever, whatever it is with that, but it's not even something that we can do. Our owner has, you know what I mean? The landlord has to do it as far as with the parcels are concerned.
And I guess let me ask the city attorney, if his testimony is he submitted the application a month ago, is there an explanation as to why that hasn't been reviewed or fully reviewed?
I would not personally have any information as to that, but I think, you know, their testimony is that they have provided everything in that sidewalk permit cafe in terms of the liability insurance and all that information, and that's certainly, you know, from an attorney perspective, that's certainly always something that we consider. So, you know, I don't necessarily have a problem with them continuing with the tables and chairs, as you were starting also to kind of allude to take that 150 days to get
Okay,
it
yeah, I
taken
mean,
care of.
as I've said, I think maybe not this morning, but certainly in previous hearings, I don't mandate the method in which you comply. I just give you the time to do that. So, again, you can continue on the path that you're on, which is trying to get the permit issued, or if on the 149th day you don't have the permit, take the tables and chairs away, and that solves the problem as well, because then you don't need the permit. So,
Absolutely.
again, I'm not going to compel the method. I'm just going to give you adequate time, and I do understand that there's more going on here than just the fact that there are tables and chairs. So I think it's fair to give you the recommended time, which is 150 days in both cases. That way you can hopefully get this resolved. It doesn't sound like there's objection from the city. It just sounds like there needs to be a meeting of the minds in terms of the unifying of the parcels to get the whole permit processed completely. So anything further from you gentlemen?
No.
All right, anything further from the city on either case?
No.
Okay, in case CE 2401123, I've entered the evidentiary case files and the respondents' exhibits. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting as well as the signed certified mail that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and testimony of city staff that the respondents are in violation of 18215B, 78342A, and I'll require compliance within 150 days, or a $250 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter. Similarly, in case CE 2401124, CE 240111240, again, I've entered the documents into the record. I'll find again based on the hand delivery as well as the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find again a violation of section 78332A and 18215B, and I'll again require respondents to comply within 150 days, or a $250 a day fine will be assessed. So continue on in getting the permits, and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Both.
Next case number 161709 Village Boulevard, CE 23121209, number 161709 Village Boulevard.
Can we move on to
That's all I have
another?
for contested matters. Is there anyone else here for a case? What's address?
It's 914 Second Street.
Did you hear that? Back to
Good-
number 1623121209 for 1709 Village Boulevard.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On December 4th, the property at 1709 Village Boulevard, Milano's Condominium Association, was cited for parking lot in need of repairs and paving, which will require permits, failure to maintain site plan, the initial hedge buffers that surround the property are dying and in need of replacement. Landscape requires grass. That portion that we're seeing now has been sodded, but there's much more around the neighborhood that does require sod. Outdoor storage. There's bedding and materials being stored on the property that need to be removed. And unsanitary conditions. A lot of the buildings are dirty, in need of pressure washing. A lot of the roofs on the buildings are dirty and are molded and in need of cleaning. There's a lot going on with this property. And I have been in contact with the representative of the property. They are working on certain instances on the property, which I applaud them for at least getting the landscape done with the front of the property as you enter in, which is nice. But there's a lot more work that needs to be done. With that being said, city is recommending 120 days to bring the property into full compliance. City's asking for this because they're going to need permits for the striping and repaving of the parking lot, which is going to take a little time because there's two portions to this property that have parking lots that need to be redone and restriped. So the city's taking that into consideration. If the property's not in compliance within the 120 days, city's recommending $200 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posted in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the notice of violation sent by certified and regular mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the notice of violation posted at City Hall?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the notice of violation posted at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to the outdoor storage, we saw a whole bunch of like
bedding,
living room
trash. This morning there was a garbage can, a whole bunch of trash out there.
Were these located in like a
Parking
trash
stalls.
dumpster area?
No,
or just
it's
all
in the parking
around?
stalls.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes, I did recommend to the property to go ahead and try to get a permit to get an enclosure to put these items in.
Okay.
Because they do not have any enclosure for their bulk items.
Okay.
So that's why they're using the parking stalls, which that cannot be.
Okay. And we've recognized that they've done some work in the front, the landscaping work in the front.
Yes.
But even with that work, is it your testimony that all these alleged violations are still outstanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you testified about the 120 days, and you do believe that that's a reasonable amount of time, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
But like I said, it is extensively a lot of work that needs to be done.
Very good.
Mainly just the landscape alone is going to take them some time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, the site plan testified to, and any and all other documents relied upon. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a question, Mr. McFarland. On the failure to maintain the site plan, section 9435I, is that just relative to landscaping?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
The
so
buffer
nothing
that
else?
runs along the perimeter of the property.
Okay, so no other.
It's all dying out. You can see through it.
Yeah, the
It's not a
photos are
buffer
pretty
anymore
clear
if you can see through it.
Okay, very good. Okay, your name, ma'am?
Good morning. My name is Lady March Goldwire.
And your relation to the condominium association?
They have retained me as owner rep to try to help them cure these violations.
Okay.
If I may, I've been in contact with the code officer, Mr. Paul, here. We do not have any pushback on what the violations are. They were existing. We have been working diligently with the HOA. It looks like it's a convoluted set of property management teams, some fired, some in place, to try to cure these items. What has happened is they collected bids to restore the tennis court, the entire buffer along the Shenandoah village perimeter needs replacing, and that is quite extensive. Some of the approved I can't even say the word, but you know what I mean, the plant life that they are intending to use, there were some issues with the accessibility of it. They're working to get it. There's a survey that is currently underway. Unfortunately, the property is 6 acres and 11 buildings. We are in their pipeline, but they've already advised that it's going to take us 8 weeks to get that survey back, just because of the amount of work that they have. And we need that survey to introduce to the building department an application for the wall enclosure. They're leaning into his suggestion, the striping for the parking lot and whatnot. While I believe that the 120 days is generous, I don't want to have to come back in 120 days because we've gone 121 days over. We're asking if there's any way you would make consideration for 180 days or 150 days. We're going to need every bit of that time. Just watching where the building department is in processing the applications as well. It just looks like we're going to lose some time there. We're already going to lose the 8 weeks because we can't put an application in for striping or the wall enclosure without a current survey, and the property is massive. In the meantime, the curb stops are underway. I try to monitor at least weekly them taking out the trash. By the time I get there, they removed it, but then you've got the residents dumping. They've implemented some fine activities that have to be voted on for the board for them putting the trash outside. So I know that they're trying to get into the good graces of the city. We recognize that it's right on the forefront of one of the major corridors, but our only pushback would be to ask for the additional time because we have quite a bit of work to do to get into compliance as the city has asked.
Okay, I appreciate that. Let me ask you just procedurally, any objection to the documents that have been on the screen?
There's absolutely no objections. They are accurate. I will say, to the point that there were some areas that have been sodded, but some that still need to be done. I have pushed back with the client and asked them not to just merely put the mulch down, but try to offer some additional landscaping there that will kind of help in the event things wash away, because they tend to. So we're doing that. I know quotes have come in. The pressure washing has begun. What we really need to get a handle on is the trash, and then just getting the permits for the enclosure and the striping, which again, I can't do anything about until we get a survey to present.
Okay. What's the city's response to her request for 150 days?
No objections.
Okay. All right, I'll give you the additional month. I think you're right. I think the landscaping is a pretty heavy lift. As you say, it's a large site, so I'll go ahead and give you some additional time there. I appreciate the fact that you seem to have things in process and you're moving diligently, so I appreciate that. Anything else you'd like me to hear this morning?
Special Magistrate, I just need to additionally add the Sunbiz printout sheet. I'm not sure that I had indicated that previously.
It's in the case file. I think I saw it scroll through. Okay, thank you. Anything further from you, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
Okay, anything further from you, Mr. McFarland?
No, ma'am.
Okay, with that, in case CE 231-21209, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting, as well as the signed certified mail, that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony here this morning that the respondent's in violation of sections 94-485G, 94-35I, 94-442C1, 94-446-2, 94-71C, and 18-106A. And I'll require respondents to comply within 150 days or face a $200 a day fine for each day the violations continue. So keep on it. Best of luck to you. Thanks for coming this morning.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, that's all we have for contested matters for the 9 o'clock agenda. Is there any other respondent present for the 9 o'clock agenda? Okay. Number 4, 837 Hillcrest Boulevard, CN 231-20400.
Good morning, John Frosco, West Palm Beach Code. 837 Hillcrest Boulevard was declared a chronic nuisance by the city, and the notice was sent out for the owner to supply an action plan within 15 days. They have not. Certified mail was sent, and regular mail was sent on December 4th of 2023, and the property was posted on December 5th of 2023. I've had no contact with the owner of this property. The two prior violations were for a cut and clean of the property and the condition of the property. And we're right back in with a reoccurring event. So the notice of violation, notice of hearing was sent out on January 23rd of 2024, and the property was posted on January 24th of 2024. The city request that a service order would be entered against the property to abate for those offenses and all costs billed back to the owner.
Thank you very much. Just a couple questions. 837 Hillcrest Boulevard, we're looking at some photos, so is that a residential, it's a single-family residential?
Yes, it is.
Is that what we're talking about? Do you know if it's vacant?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask it a better way. Is it vacant?
As far as I can tell, it's vacant.
Okay.
I believe the owner is deceased and no one came forward to handle the estate.
Okay. And is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
There is.
And just to be very clear, you may have said it and I may have missed it, the notice of violation sent by regular mail as well?
Yes.
And in addition to posting the property, City Hall was posted?
No. For
the
fee recovery, it's just the property is posted.
Okay, I understand.
I know it gets confusing.
Yeah, I apologize.
This
I
is about
apologize.
fee recovery for the services that we supply to the property.
But when you posted the declaration of chronic nuisance, is it your testimony that you heard back from nobody?
No one.
Okay, so the violation is the fact that no action plan was submitted.
No action plan was submitted.
Okay. And the underlying cases, just can we make the record clear, those are still running?
No, the first one, the magistrate had an order on July 5th of 2023 to abate the overgrowth and debris, and the city had to send in a contractor to cut and clean the property. And then the second was a repeat violation where the city requested fines for that until the city could get the contractor in to abate those offenses. So we definitely have a pattern of nuisance activity, the city abating these offenses, and that the service order would greatly benefit the public to have that in place and keep the property as compliant as we can until someone takes possession of the property.
Okay. And so you're seeing in that the landscaping, the lawn, overgrowth,
Right.
weeds and
And
grass.
the vegetative debris, if you can see in the backyard, there's some vegetative debris. And then there's the outside storage that's not visible to the public, but then again, it's, depending on what condition and what happens, whether or not that becomes trash and debris at this point.
Okay.
So, but the service order would remedy that if it poses that or poses a threat.
Okay. And just for the record, I mean, we see some vehicles in the driveway.
Belong to the neighbors.
Okay. All right. And photographs here, are they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you're observing currently?
They do, thank you.
All right. And when was your most recent inspection approximately?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last.
Yeah, when was your most recent inspection?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. And so you're still seeing, obviously, these conditions then? Yeah.
I didn't hear you.
As of yesterday, just for the record, as of yesterday, you're still seeing these conditions that we've been talking about?
Yes, the conditions still exist on the property.
All right, thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon in the underlying cases referenced.
All right, so just so I'm clear, the request is for, you said entry of a service order?
Service order.
Okay. And just so I understand what you used to constitute the chronic nuisance, was it, I think, just want to make sure I'm reading between the lines correctly and that your testimony is what I think it was. Is it failure to comply with previous code compliance orders? Is that the?
It's failure to supply an action plan sufficient enough to curtail the nuisance activity.
Okay, so problem one is they did not supply the action plan.
Correct.
What was the testimony
And
about
the
the repeat violation and the prior abatement?
I'm sorry, say that again?
What was the testimony about the repeat violation and the prior abatement that the city did?
That,
They didn't, I guess let me just ask, let me rephrase. Did they
There was a-
comply with the repeat violation?
They did, the city complied it, and so we had a short fine amount levied against the property until the city complied.
And then you abated it, and then okay, that
Correct.
stopped the fine. Okay.
It would be to the city's welfare to be able to do that, and the remedy was to abate it, but not without a penalty for, not find the city code of ordinances.
Okay. And per the city's code, the failure to submit the action plan, that constitutes the violation, correct?
Correct. And so, right, we ask for you to formally declare it a nuisance based on the evidence.
Confirm your declaration, essentially, is what
Yes.
I'm doing based on the failure to submit the declaration, the action plan. All right, for the record, is a respondent present for this case? And you said you haven't heard from anybody. Okay. Okay. Anything else that the city needs specified in the order?
Again, just as long as you find that it's, you're adopting or reaffirming that it is a
Chronic nuisance.
chronic nuisance,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, anything further from the city? Okay, in case CN 231-20400, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll note again for the record that the respondent is not present. I'll find based on the service documents, the testimony of city staff, the posting affidavits that there was sufficient legal service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of city staff as well as the documents in the case file that the respondent failed to submit the required action plan by the time specified in the city's code. So I will affirm the declaration of chronic nuisance made by the city, and I'll enter a service order which reflects the same, and that will allow for cost recovery of all costs back to the city in the event that additional work is necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next case number 3618 54th Street, CE 231111097.
City of Code Officer Robert Watkins. This property was cited November 23rd. Certified mail was sent November 22nd. Sorry about that. This property was cited November 22nd. Certified mail was sent November 22nd. City Hall was posted with the property November 29th. This property was cited for certificate of use, outdoor storage, clean and sanitary, business tax receipt, paint, junk abandoned vehicle, landscape maintenance, and the business rental license. As of yesterday, all items that are still out of compliance. I haven't heard anything from any representatives of the property. The city is requesting 30 additional days and or $150 per day after.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
Just to make the record clear, was the notice of violation posted at the property?
Yes, it was.
Okay. The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes.
For the record, 618 54th Street, is that a multiple unit building?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit for the record what it is you've observed you believe are violations?
When it comes to the certificate of use, the rental license, and the BTR, there's none on file. That hasn't been updated. It hasn't been paid. It's delinquent. When it comes to clean and sanitary, as you can see, there's trash in the yard. There's boards stacked up all along the fence. When it comes to landscape maintenance, it just hasn't been cut or cleaned or trimmed or anything. When it comes to inoperable vehicle, you see it there. The Chevrolet has the whole drive shaft hanging out the bottom, so that's an inoperable vehicle. It was still there as of yesterday. When it comes to also the outdoor storage, you'll see in the images there's coolers, ladders, just an assortment of all types of things that are stored outside the front of the building. You can sit in between the vehicles there. And when it comes to the paint, if you look on the front right, it'll be in some of the images, below the windows, it's like the green mildew and grime on the surface of the building.
So if that comes off, if this
Yeah, I
all
see it
comes
right
off
there.
in power washing, that would be
Yeah,
okay?
yeah, I put that in there. They could pressure
Okay.
wash or paint it.
Mm-hmm. And so you had indicated you have not heard from anybody. Have you seen any type of partial
No.
compliance, any movement at all?
I've seen partial compliance on Monday when the trash can went by the road and then it went right back in the same spot.
Okay. And with respect to, when was your most recent inspection?
Yesterday.
Okay, and so you're still seeing all of these alleged violations,
Mhm.
including the junked vehicle?
Yes, it was there
Okay.
as of yesterday.
All right. Do you feel that 30 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring these alleged violations into compliance?
Considering the time already given, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Can I just see that affidavit of posting when you get a second? There it is, I think. Oh, that's the photo. Is there an affidavit? Perfect, I didn't think I saw that. Okay, perfect, thank you. Is the respondent present? Seeing none, for the record, the respondent's not present. In case CE 231111097, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1. I'll find, based on the testimony of city staff as well as the affidavit of posting, that the city has good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the city code officer, that respondents in violation of sections 2232A, 9471C, 82144, 34102A, 18106G, 18106M, 18106A, and 22441, and I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days, or a $150 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Number 5, 917 42nd Street, CE 23121190.
Good morning, I'm Kay Weaver with City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 917 42nd Street was cited on December 7th, 2023. The notice of violation was posted at property in City Hall on January 16th, 2024. Certified mail was sent to the mailing address listed in Papa and signed for on December 14th and also on January 22nd of 2023 and 2024. Property was cited for no rental license 22-441 and 22-32-A, certificate of use. On December 7th, while patrolling my zone, I found the for rent sign in the front yard of the property. After doing research, I discovered that there was no rental license and no certificate of use for the property. I have been in contact with the owner. The permits were applied for, their license was applied for. I actually did an inspection on the property on Monday the 5th. The property has not been fully complied. There is an issue with the shower. There's no shower handle to turn the water on and off in the shower. I did let the owner know that that needed to be completed before the inspection could be passed. So now it's just a matter of him getting that done, letting me know so that I can go back out and re-inspect. So the city is requesting an additional 15 days to gain compliance, or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you have observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you believe that 15 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to fix this shower area and then get the final inspection to then bring it into compliance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, permit and application testified to, and any and all other documents relied upon to establish that the for rent sign was with respect to this particular property.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just a question for the code officer. So when, assuming they get the plumbing issue fixed, then they call you. Do you go out there within a matter of 1 day, 2 days? Is it a quick
yes.
turnaround? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Okay, in case CE 231-21190, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting, as well as the signed certified mailings, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the city code officer, as well as the photographs in the case file, that the respondent's in violation of section 2232A and 22441. I'll require compliance within 15 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 6 is complied, 701 South Olive Avenue, 602 CE 231-00873. Number 7 is complied, 2736 Lake Ave, CE 231111130. Number 11, 1010 Bradley Court, CE 2401124.
Richard Pazmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 1010 Bradley Court was cited for a second repeat violation. This case was created on January 9th. That's when these violations were first noticed as well. Certified mail was sent out January 19th. It was signed, received January 12th. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted on January 12th. The affidavit of posting was completed and is attached to this case. On that affidavit, it is indicated that notice of violation and notice of hearing was also sent via first-class mail. This property was cited for repeat violations, outdoor storage, trash and debris, and inoperable vehicles. Those are all repeat violations. I thought I put it in there. From previous code case CE 23040189, which is a repeat violation case itself. I've had no contact. There's been no changes at the property. As of yesterday, all these violations still remain. With that being said, the city is recommending a $300 a day fine starting when the violations were first noticed, which is January 9th, 2024, and to run until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. With the underlying case 230400189, do you have information, or we can look it up either way, of the date that went to hearing?
Yes, it went to hearing on May 3rd, 2023. And with that case, it was 59 days out of compliance.
Okay, and then, there it is, and that's 18106A. Can you scroll up just a smidge? Thank you. 34102A and 9471C. That's the 23 case. Thank you. And
so that's, I think you're looking at the, oh no, that's the right one.
yeah, that's the 2023. And did it come into compliance by the time of the hearing, or did you need an affidavit of compliance?
No, so it was a repeat. Then the fine started from the day it was noticed. And with that, it did comply after the owner reached out to me.
Okay.
59 days after.
Okay. So with respect to the current case, let's just go through a couple of things. The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the current alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, they do.
With respect to the outdoor storage, what is it that you're currently observing?
When I first noticed it, it was car parts, boxes, just a bunch of items just stored against the walls along the driveway and in the front of the porch.
Okay.
As of yesterday, it's less, but there is still some of those car parts, boxes, vehicle parts.
Okay. And with respect to the 18106A clean and sanitary, what did you observe?
Trash and debris on the property. Some of it a mix of their storage and some of it clearly trash, like broke down boxes, wrappers.
Okay. And with respect to 34102A, the junk or abandoned vehicle, what is your testimony?
The vehicles have changed since I first cited it, but some of those vehicles were on my original case as well. Vehicles that don't have license plate are not clearly, street legal, street operable.
Okay, thank you. And all of this, just to make the record clear again, you first noticed this January 9th. When was your last inspection?
I drove by the property and got photos yesterday.
Okay, and you're still seeing all of that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, and the underlying repeat case testified to in relation to that notice of violation, order, and any affidavit of posting, affidavit of compliance.
Thank you. For the record, the respondent is not present. In case CE 24011264, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting as well as the signed certified mail that the city has good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of the city code officer that the respondents in repeat violation of section 2635B, 9471C, 18106A, and 34102A. I'll assess a fine of $300 a day for those repeat violations beginning on January 9th and continuing at $300 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Number 12, 4700 Broadway, CE 23111141.
Good morning. This is Code Officer Mills with the City of West Palm Beach. I also have Mr. Franchina, the neighboring property, who will be doing his testimony after I've completed mine, just to give an idea as to what we're dealing with for this case. All right, so the property at 1700 Broadway, which is the Family Dollar, was cited on December 1st, 2023. Service was accomplished by certified mail sent on December 1st, 2023. Certified mail was signed for on December 8, 2023. In addition, both the property and City Hall were hand-delivered and posted on January 19, 2024. I have been in contact with the store manager as well as the district manager, but not the owner of the property. The property is being cited for paint, rental license, evidence of doing business, as well as repeat for clean and sanitary, and commercial enclosure not being kept closed. As of this morning, the property is not complied, so the city is asking for $500 per day for the repeat since discovery, which was November 28, 2023, and also the remaining violation, which is the not painting, the rental license, evidence of business, and the commercial enclosure not being closed, an additional 30 days with $200 per day. I actually, when I hand-delivered the notice violation, I spoke with the store manager at length and inquired as to whether or not they did have anyone on staff who was responsible for taking care of the parking lot, the surrounding area. She said they did have someone who works 3 days a week. However, for each time that we do pass the properties in the state with trash and debris all over, I went as far as to saying to her that go ahead and send me the pictures of when they have cleaned the property so I can see, and at least call me when you have cleaned so I can come out and see it. At least a state where it doesn't have any trash at all, so I can clarify whether or not this property has ever been cleaned. So that's where we are right now, and we have Mr. Francina, who is willing to testify because he's a neighboring property owner who has witnessed the same trash and debris on this property ongoing.
And let me just ask you, I'm sorry to interrupt, what was the date of first observation on the repeat violations?
The first observation was November 28, 2023. That's when I saw it. And the case that it's stemming from is case number CE 20020258. And the finding of fact was on June 17, 2020.
Okay. And you said for the other violations, the regular violations, 30 days, or what was the fine amount?
200.
200, thank you, ma'am.
So I have a few questions before we get to the witness, just to make the record clear. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
There is.
The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
They do.
With respect to the repeat, can you tell us from your list of violations here by number which ones are for the repeat?
The repeat is 18106A.
Okay, so the clean and sanitary.
Yes.
Okay, and with respect to that underlying case that you told us about, that's on the screen right now? Ooh, it was on the screen.
Okay, scroll.
Okay, and so they were cited for 18106A.
Yes.
Can you scroll down just a little bit? Okay, they were given also, 18106A at that time was also a repeat violation. They were given a $500 fine at that time, and it's your testimony that they did come into violation and are not running fines for that. Is that correct?
They did come into compliance, and that was on September 17, 2020.
Okay, very good, thank you. And so can you just tell us very quickly, you believe that they don't have any type of a business tax receipt or a rental receipt? A rental application for renting it to a tenant, a commercial tenant?
That is correct. The owner doesn't have a rental license. The business, however, does have a business tax receipt.
Okay. And what else can you put on the record, please, very quickly, about the actual, what you're observing there at with the dumpster closure and everything that you're seeing?
Okay, so the dumpster closure, it should be closed when it's not being serviced. And on further notice, paying attention to it, I realized that it's actually broken. The door is broken. So they need to have that repaired in order to have it closed when it's not being serviced.
Well, do you know if to do that, do they have to get a permit just to get that repaired?
No, they don't.
Okay, very good. And then you talked about the trash and debris and clean and sanitary that you're seeing there. So with respect to the fact that the 18106A is itself a double repeat,
yes,
is that your testimony of why you're now asking for $500 a day from the date you first observed until compliance?
That is correct.
And with respect to, that's just for 18106A, right?
That is correct.
And it's all the others for 30 days or $200 a day?
That is also correct.
And do you believe that for all the others, 30 days is a reasonable amount of time?
It is.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything further. If you'd like to have the gentleman step up.
Yes, my name is John Francina. I own the LLC that owns the adjacent property at 521 through 529 46th Street. I've made numerous efforts before actually calling the city and filing a complaint against the property. Each time I was ignored by someone who represented their assistant manager and the people on duty at the dollar store. So before I did complain, I did try to make an effort as a good neighbor to bring it to their attention. I visit the property daily because I own the adjacent property, and in the property on their side, they've continued to allow hypodermic needles, human excrement, mattresses, boxes that is attracting the homeless population to sleep there, do drugs and another activity which I'm not going to even mention. I've discovered on numerous occasions, and it's a nuisance as a trying to rent my property out, keep my property clean, and they've done absolutely nothing about it, and they continue to ignore and just aren't responsive at all. So I came here today. I've sent several sets of pictures to Code Enforcement Officer Mills, just to continue to document during this whole process. It's my testimony they don't have anyone cleaning the property on a regular basis or doing anything to mitigate the situation. And that's all I have to say about it.
Thank you very much. And the photographs that you've provided to Officer Mills, those photographs truthfully and accurately depict and represent your observations on that property?
Yes, they do.
And how recently were your photographs approximately?
I sent some this morning.
Thank you very much. From our perspective, Special Magistrate, we'd like to submit the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, as well as the underlying repeat case order, notice of violation, and any affidavit of compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a question for you, sir. So you said you've not ever seen anybody out there cleaning up the property? The condition remains pretty consistently unkept?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, I appreciate your testimony. Certainly it's very clear that there's a lot going on there that needs to be cleaned up.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
All right, anything further from the city?
No.
All right, in case CE 23111141, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. For the record, the respondent is not present. I'll find, based on the certified mailing having been signed, as well as the affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the testimony of both city staff as well as the witness, that the respondents in violation, standard violation of sections 18105J, 22441, 82151, and 7434A2D, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those sections within 30 days, or a $200 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation remains. And I also find the respondents in repeat violation of sections 2635B and 18106A for the repeated violation of the city's code relative to clean and sanitary conditions. I'll assess for that repeat violation a fine of $500 a day, beginning on November 28th, 2023, and continuing until compliance is achieved. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Number 14, 631 35th Street, CE 23121208.
Code Officer Mills with the City of West Palm Beach. Property address 631 35th Street was cited on December 12, 2023. Service was accomplished by certified mail sent on December 13, 2023. Certified mail was returned on December 27, 2023. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on January 19, 2024. I have not been in contact with the property owner. The property is being cited for clean and sanitary in the right-of-way, which includes the alley and the swale, open areas, as well as inoperable vehicle and overgrowth. As of yesterday, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is asking for an additional 14 days and $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
There is.
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, yes it does.
And the photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
They do.
Just for the record, is this a vacant property?
It's
Or is it just a field?
just a lot.
Just a lot, okay, very good. And can you please tell us what it is that you've observed at the property that supports these alleged violations?
Yes, the property itself, well, we'll start with the open area. Right there, you can see there's no grass, and we also have that vehicle which doesn't have a license plate. There are several of them. This is actually the first was a Toyota, but each vehicle neither has a tag on it. And we have overgrowth in the swale as well as in the alleyway and the property itself.
Okay. And then you're also seeing some trash and debris?
That's correct.
Okay. And when was your most recent inspection?
Yesterday morning.
And you're still seeing all of this?
That's correct.
Have you seen any progress?
None.
Okay. Do you believe that 14 days is a reasonable amount of time?
That is correct, considering that they have been given, the notice was given since December of last year.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. For the record, the respondent is not present. In case CE 231-21208, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of city staff that the respondent's in violation of section 74-4C5, 94-442C1, 18-106A, 34-102A, and 74-4C3, and I'll require respondents to comply within 14 days or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Next case number 15, 5018 50th Way, CE 23111106.
Good mornings. City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On November 27th, the property at 1518 50th Way was cited for rental license violation, certificate of use, work done without permits, and inspections required. The property as well as City Hall was posted January 7th. Certified mail as well as regular mail was sent November 28th. Certified mail was returned January 25th. This was also a rental inspection that was conducted and discovered that the master bath shower was replaced without a permit. With that being said, city is recommending 90 days for the property to come to compliance to obtain the required permits and complete and pass a rental inspection to obtain rental license and certificate of use.
And if it does not come into compliance, what daily amount are you seeking?
City is recommending $200 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And the photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
Just to make the record clear, the fact that there was a rental inspection done, it would be your testimony that the owner admits to renting and had submitted a rental application, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. And have you had any contact with them otherwise?
Yes, I have had contact with them, but as of this morning, there were no permits found in our system.
Okay, and do you believe that 90 days is a reasonable amount of time?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs, as well as the permit application,
Thank you. And
the rental permit application.
thank you. In case CE 23111106, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the signed certified mailing as well as the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 22441, 2232A, 110.1 and 105.1, and I'll require respondents to comply within 90 days, or a $200 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Number 17, 724 7th Way, CE 23121160.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On December 4th, the property at 724 7th Way was cited for rental license violation, certificate of use, work done without permits, and inspections required. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted January 17th. Certified mail as well as regular mail was sent December 5th. Certified mail was signed for January 26th. Same instance, conducting a rental inspection, discovered that the shower in the master bath had been replaced without permits. City's recommending 90 days to obtain permits and pass all required inspections for rental license and certificate of use. If the property is not within compliance within the 90 days, City's recommending $200 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And the photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't believe you specifically said, but this was a rental inspection that
Same
revealed
instance,
this
yes, ma'am.
bathroom. And so that naturally assumes that they had submitted and agreed to the fact that they needed a rental license, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you believe that 90 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to get this taken care of?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs. Thank you.
In case CE 23121160, for the record, the respondent's not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the signed certified mailing as well as the affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code officer, that the respondent's in violation of sections 2232A, Florida Building Code 110.1, 105.1, 18103I, and 22441. I'll require respondents to comply within 90 days, or a $200 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Is it time for the 11:30 agenda?
We usually finish out the underlying cases before we start, no matter what, but it's up to the special magistrate.
I'm fine with continuing.
Okay, very
There's
good,
only
thank
a
you.
few left.
Number 19, 1015 9th Street, CE 23100815.
Good morning, Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was posted on 1/19/2024 along with City Hall. The property was posted for pressure cleaning and cleaning of property itself, overgrowth, certificate of use, overgrowth number standards, cleaning up 1/2 of easement area, repair of fence and maintenance of a wall, obstruction of right-of-way, landscaping of easement, and rental license. The following violations are in compliance. The overgrowth is in compliance, and that's both of them. I cited that twice, by the way. So it's in compliance. The easement area has been complied. That's 744C5. The address characters are on the property. The outstanding violations are the rental license and certificate of use. And instead of repairing the fence, he replaced the entire fence. So now he needs to obtain a permit. And starting of the swale needs to is still outstanding. And obstruction of the right-of-way is still outstanding. I have been in contact with the property owner, and he's asked for 60 more days to come into full compliance. And now that he knows he has to get a permit for the fence, and he also replaced some windows, so he will need a permit for those also. So I'm asking for the 60 more days or $100 per day after.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was sent by certified mail and regular mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
For the alleged violations that remain outstanding, can you please tell us what it is that you've observed that supports those?
The rental license is obvious. You need to get a rental license. Sodding of the swale is the part between the road and the sidewalk. He did an extensive clean out of the area, so he needs to put grass back in there. Replacement of the fence, he will need to now obtain a permit for that fencing. And the obstruction is cutting back some other bushes that actually hang over the fencing on the side of the property.
Okay, so to make the record clear, we're looking at a wooden fence that's on several sides of, if not all sides of the property, correct?
All sides.
Okay. And with respect to the rental, in your conversations with the owner, have they submitted the rental application?
No, they haven't, but that's his intent to rent it.
Okay, but so he admits to you that he's renting and that he needs one.
It's
He needs to get.
unoccupied at this time, but his intent is to rent the property.
Okay. All right.
When I first sighted it, it was a tenant there. Then the tenant moved. He went in and did all the repairs, and his intent is to re-rent his unit.
Okay, very good. And just to double check, you told us what's complied, what's still outstanding. Just to be clear, 18106A, clean and sanitary, is still outstanding, correct?
No, that's complied.
That one's complied.
Overgrowth is complied, and I cited it twice, so.
Yeah.
And cleaning up one half of easement or adjoining property is complied, and the numbering standards.
Thank you. Do you believe that 60 days is a reasonable amount of time?
Yeah, it's a little tricky property because it abuts the railroad track. So with him having to get a real survey for that property, it may take him a little bit to, because, you know, the railroad is real funny about coming on their land to do stuff, so.
But you still believe then
Yeah,
60 days can do it all?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So just to be clear for the magistrate, let's go down the list. 18106A is complied. 2232A is outstanding. 744C5 is complied. 744C3 is complied. Excuse me, back up. 94302A4 is still outstanding.
Correct.
744C3 is complied. 22441 is outstanding. The next 744C3 is complied. 7862 is complied. 781 is outstanding. 94442E is outstanding.
Correct.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice, the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, the respondent is not present. In case CE 231-00815, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of city staff that the respondent's in violation of sections 2232A, 94302A4, 22441, 781, and 94442E. I require respondents to comply within 60 days or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Number 2706th Street, CE 231-00901.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was posted on 1/19/2024 along with City Hall. The property was cited for the following violations: interior flooring replacement, outdoor storage, clean and sanitary condition, exterior painting of walls, property, certificate of use, infestation, cleaning of the habitable area around the property, inside the property, I'm sorry, conditions of the structure, it had roof problems, and the rental license. I have had contact, first of all, this property was cited from a tenant complaint. So it was in regards to rodents and roaches. So upon my inspection, I noticed that the inside flooring was in poor condition. The surround around the kitchen is in poor condition. Window sills are in poor condition, and the property was just in really bad condition. But I have been in contact with the owner of the property. The tenant has since moved, and some of the things outside has been complied, and that is the exterior painting and the roof repair has been complied. All other violations are still outstanding, and the owner has asked for 90 days because he has to do basically a redo of the inside, for doing new kitchen surround, new window seals, new flooring. So he's asked for the 90 days, and he's also dealing with a severely ill parent. So,
And just so I'm clear, the complied sections are 18103B and 18103J, is that right?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that comply within 90 days, or what was the fine amount?
$100 per day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit, and I may have missed what you said before because I was talking before. Does the affidavit reflect that the notice was sent by certified and regular mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And was City Hall posted with the notice?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And you talked about a little bit of the progress that they're making. Do you believe that 90 days is a reasonable amount of time?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And can you just tell us briefly the other bits about what you observed that would support this?
Inside, for is 18103C, inside the flooring was damaged due to a leaking water heater. So it was parquet flooring. So that entire area needs to be removed and replaced. So that was one of the issues there. The outdoor storage is still some outdoor storage because the owner took it upon himself to demolish a small standing wall. So those bricks and stuff are still on the property. The clean and sanitary, which by the tenant moving out, the premises around the property, the owner has cleaned up other than the outdoor storage of those bricks. The J, 18103J, he has painted the property. Of course, the certificate of use, the responsibility of the infestation. He's been sending me invoices, but as I said to him, once he repairs the parquet floor, because if anybody understands roaches, they love moisture. So until he gets in there and replace that flooring, there's going to be infestation. So I've asked him to monthly send me the invoice from him trying to get the property to be in compliance, because he is planning on renting the property again. So I don't want the new tenant to face roaches. All right. The exterior roof, it is a soffit, and it has the soft metal soffit, and he had to replace that soffit because it had literally just fallen out. And that was one of the ways that the rats were having themselves an entry. And the certificate of use.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any of the invoices and documentation that's already been sent by the owner or owner's representative.
Thank you. For the record, the respondent is not present. In case CE 231-00901, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting from January 19th that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 9471C, 18106A, 18103C, 22441, 2232A, 18124C, and 18122. I'll require respondents to comply within 90 days or $100 a day. Fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 21, 1434 Crossway, CE 23090764.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was posted on 1/18/2024 along with City Hall. Cert mail was returned to us on 1/25/2024. I cited the property for the following: clean and sanitary condition, painting of structure, roof repair on structure, and numbering standards being visible to the public, and cleaning of driveway for its sanitary issues. And I cited for a exterior wall needing repair. I've had contact with the trust attorney. His name is Paul, and I'll spell his last name into the record, Riekhof, and he's out of state. And he contacted me on December 1. Case was written in September. And my second contact with Mr. Paul, I'm gonna call him, was yesterday. He sent me an email. I have not responded to that email as of yet. And I'm asking for 120 days or $250 per day. The roof on this property is literally caving in. And this is a vacant home. It's in an estate, and there's no one here in West Palm Beach. So I'm asking for that time. Maybe they'll be able to get something going.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And I apologize, I may have missed it. The notice of violation was posted at the property in City Hall, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
In relation to, you told us about the roof. Can you tell us what else it is that you've observed?
Well, it has a retainer wall around this property because it sits above ground. And it's literally falling apart in some sections. So that needs to be repaired and cleaned up and painted. The address is just not visible from the road.
And you believe that the 120 days is reasonable?
I hope so, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, and emails. Thank you.
Thank you.
And was there, let me ask, was there any communication with the attorney on the amount of time you were going to give?
No.
Okay.
It wasn't.
I could just see those couple last photos. The roof is clear. The wall, can you show me where the wall is? You're talking about that white brick wall, right? Or
yeah,
cinder blocks, whatever that is?
Yes.
So I guess you're just explaining to me your testimony is that it's falling down or it's broken in some spots?
It has blocks that are starting to protrude out of the section.
Okay.
So that's what's causing the deterioration of the wall, because they're not staying set.
Okay.
How to put that.
Okay, anything further?
No, ma'am.
Okay, in case CE 23090764, for the record, the respondent's not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files, composite exhibit 1, without objection. I'll find, based on the affidavit of posting, as well as the delivery confirmation signature, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the testimony of the code officer, that the respondent's in violation of sections 18103J, 18105B, 18103B, 18106A, and 7865, and I'll require respondents to comply within 120 days or $250 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Number 22 is complied, 914 Second Street, CE 23110973. Number 23, 1545 Sixth Street, CE 23121215.
Officer Lester, West Palm Code. Property was posted on 1/18/2024 along with City Hall. Cert mail was signed on 1/25/2024. The property was cited for the following violations: cleaning up one-half easement, restricting of vehicles parking on public right-of-way, storage of vehicles parking on public right-of-way, unpaved parking, blocking public right-of-way, parking in parkway and swell, outdoor storage, rental license and certificate of use, and causing a public roadway movement. So they're parking tandem on the road, so it's barely you can move about on the roadway in front of this property. And they park across a traffic calming device. So I'm asking for, what am I asking for? I'm asking for 30 more days or $100 per day after.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you been in contact with the owner or anybody from the owners on behalf of the owner?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
The only person I spoke to the day of posting was the actual tenant. So I haven't spoke to an owner.
All right. And have you seen any progress?
No.
No.
No progress.
Do you believe that 30 days is reasonable?
Yes, ma'am.
And you described a little bit of what you're seeing. Can you just tell us for the record what else you observed?
This is from my observation. I see where there are numerous cars parked at this property. Majority of them park on the roadway. So if you're going down 6th Street and it's someone parked on the, that'll be south side of the road, and then you have numerous cars parked on the north side of the road, there is no flow. I mean, you literally got to wait a period of time in order to traverse this roadway. And sometime this property actually tandem park. You know what that is? Where a car is parked on the road and then they actually park in the street next to that car. And I mean, literally leave it there parked. And one reason why I went as far as I did in reference to this parking is because one day the ambulance was trying to make itself down 6th Street, and I literally stopped traffic for the ambulance to be able to get between these cars that are parked constantly on this road. So that was one of the reasons why I'm going as far as I'm going with this. And someone is bringing constant paver bricks and dumping them on the property. Sometimes they get a small pile, then it's a huge pile. So it's constantly bringing of outdoor storage to the property. And I'm just really trying to get the property cleaned up as a whole.
Okay.
Is that also what you mean? I'm sorry, go back one photo. The stacked up cars, they kind of have them in the driveway?
They stack them up that way, and then they'll start stacking across the street along with the ones, see how that's tandem parked?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's hard to get through there.
And just to be clear, with the restricted vehicles,
That is, see the trailer that was back on the back of the property that was dumping?
The black trailer that was backed in?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
That's actually dumping the pavers.
Thank you. With respect to, you spoke with the tenant. Have you seen any type of application for a rental license
No,
yet?
ma'am.
Okay.
I
And
see a
in your,
lot of people there, so.
in your most recent inspection, when approximately was that?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Very good. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit the case file, including as evidence, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
All right, thank you. For the record, the respondent is not present. In case CE 23121215, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the signed certified mailing as well as the affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file as well as the code officer's testimony, that the respondent's in violation of sections 9471C, 2232A, 94487B2, 94482, 86226, 744C5, and 22441 and 86-8, and I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days or face a $100 a day fine for each day the violation continues.
Thank you.
Number 24 is complied, 811 4th Street, CE 23121213. Number 25, 1015 North Tamron Avenue, CE 231000941.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. I posted the property on 1/16/2024 along with City Hall. Cert mail has been signed. It was 1/26/2024. The property was cited for the following violations: rental license, condition of exterior, condition of roof, wall, foundation, certificate of use, unpaved parking, landscaping, address characters. The following violations that are in compliance are the address characters. The landscaping has been mowed, but it needed to put in a little sod, but they did it. The unpaved parking has been complied, and the painting of the property has also complied. The outstanding violations are, it has this ramp that was constructed, no permit. The rental license are still outstanding. And they missed the inspection appointment, which was on 1/16/2024. So those are outstanding. I'm asking for 30 days or $100 per day.
Did you say 200?
One.
Okay, 30 and 100.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say that they missed the inspection appointment, that was the rental inspection appointment?
Yes, ma'am.
So that assumes that they have submitted the rental application, and thus they do not dispute that they are renting, correct?
Exactly.
All right, very good. And do you believe that 30 days is a reasonable amount of time?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right. And with respect to, you said for 94-442C1 landscaped areas, you said it mowed, but they didn't really do some sodding or ground cover. So is that completed or not?
Yeah, they mowed their weeds, so I'm gonna leave it at that. The code does say grass or weeds, so they mowed their weeds.
Okay, so that's complied?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And can you just take me back through condition of structures, 18103B?
It's actually the ramp.
That is the ramp.
Yes, I'm assuming it's a handicap ramp, but I find no permits for the ramp. And I'm not sure if it's a safe ramp. I'm not sure what condition it is in. So I'm asking for that to be looked into for us that concern. That's why I cited it.
So the very first alleged violation, 18103, I think that says I, condition of structures, equipment, is that also that ramp?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, got it. And the numbering is taken care of and the certificate of use is still outstanding. Very good, thank you. 30 days reasonable to get all this done?
I think so.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
And just so I'm clear on the ones that have complied, it's 94-482A, the parking. Is that right?
Yes,
Yep.
ma'am.
94-442C1, the landscaping.
Yes, ma'am.
And 7862.
address. Yes, ma'am.
And so all the rest are outstanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good, thank you. For the record, the respondent is not present. In case CE 23100941, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the signed certified mail as well as the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the city code officer that the respondents are in violation of section 18103I, 18103B, 22441, and 2232A. I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Number 26, 1021 North Tamarind, CE 231000823.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was posted on 1/16/2024 along with City Hall. Cert mail was signed on 1/26/2024. The following violations are condition of structure, exterior wall and/or roof, landscape maintenance, providing screens on site to be hung, cleaning up 1/2 of easement abutting property, numbering standards, clean and sanitary condition around property, exterior painting of property, garbage cans in public view, fence and/or wall repair, and unpaved parking. The following violations are in compliance, and that is the painting, and the numbering standards are in compliance, and the clean and sanitary conditions for acid debris and garbage and stuff that was in public view, and the garbage cans themselves are in compliance. All other violations are outstanding. The unpaved parking is still outstanding, and they have applied for the permit to have the driveway repaved or resurfaced. And what they did do, which was a mistake, they replaced the entirety of the fence, so now they need a permit for that. But this has been one property that has had total cooperation from the property owner, and she's asked, they replaced all of the windows, so they need a permit for the windows, permit for the fence, windows, and parking lot. So she's in the process of getting all those permits issued, and she's asking for 60 more days or $100 per day after.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you believe that 60 days is a reasonable amount of time to get all this done?
Yes.
Okay. There was a lot of stuff here, so if we can just go in order. 18103B, condition of structures, is that still outstanding or complied?
She's did that, that's compliant.
That's complied. 94482, parking.
Parking is not compliant.
Okay. 18102-3, the window screens.
Not compliant yet.
Okay. 744C5, clean up to the center of the adjoining right-of-way.
She's complied that.
Okay. You said the numbering of 7861 was complied.
Yes, ma'am.
18106M, maintaining the landscape.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I didn't
She's
hear.
maintained the overgrowth, so she's keeping that cut, yes.
Okay, so that's complied.
Yes.
Okay. You said that 18106A, clean and sanitary, was complied. And you said the trash can 7434A1H is complied.
Correct.
And then 94302A4 fence still needs a permit, so it's outstanding, right?
Exactly.
Okay,
Yes.
very good, thank you.
And you did unpaid parking already. Thank you.
Okay. The parking requirements, it's just that she needs that driveway permit
She needs a driveway
finalized,
permit, and
or?
she has, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Or are you seeing, like, people still parking where they're not supposed to be
There's no one
parking?
living in the units at this time, so the
Okay.
units are vacant, and thank God for that, because that enabled her to go in and do all these repairs, and she did a lot of the repairs with no permit, so now she knows she needs to get the permit, so
Okay.
I'm trying to allow her the time to obtain those permits.
Thank you. The window screens, you seen that on more than one window, or just
All
one?
of
or-
them.
All of them, very
All
good.
of them.
And,
All of them are new, And for some reason, screens don't come with windows these days. Go figure.
Just to make the record clear with respect to the fence that you said needed a permit, I didn't see the pictures just because I wasn't looking up. What were we looking at? A wooden fence, a chain link fence? What was it?
It was a wooden fence that was in disrepair, bad. So
Okay.
she replaced the entire fence.
All right, very good. Thank you so much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any permit applications.
Thank you. And just so I'm clear, 18103J, the condition of structure, that's complied, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
That's
very good.
complied.
Thanks. For the record, the respondent is not present. In case CE 231-00823, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the signed certified mail as well as the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code officer that respondent's in violation of section 94-482A, 181023, and 94-302A4. I'll require respondents to comply within 60 days or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Number 27, 708 Douglas Avenue, CE 231000859.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. Property was posted on 1/19/2024 along with City Hall. Cert mail was returned to us on 1/26/2024. The property was cited for the following violation: garbage container storage, non-residential structural exterior problems, and that's in referencing to the enclosure for the garbage cans in public view, extermination for pests, making windows, doors, rodent, waterproof for rodents, fence and wall repair, condition of structure, meaning exterior windows and doors, providing window screens. I cited that twice, so it omit that 18105C.
You're taking that one off?
Yes, I am. And 18103C is for the interior ceiling repairs. I've had contact with the property owner for numerous times. This complaint was actually a tenant complaint, so I was able to get into the unit that was making the complaint, which was Unit 3. And what happened was, it's a flat roof on this property, and it was leaking. And he's since had that repaired, so there's no roof leak at this time. The roaches in this property was almost astonishing. So he's sending me invoices of extermination, and I'm going to require that for the next 6 months. I want that to be on record. And he's since complied the following, which is the roof repair, the trash cans in public view. He's repaired the trash container, surround. I'm requesting a 6-month invoice for the pest control. It's 4 units in this particular building, and I've been doing this for 34 years, and when you have that many roaches in one unit, you have them in all. And he's repaired the fence. The condition of the surround, the tub surround, the wall surround in the kitchen, I have not gone back into the unit yet, so the interior repairs, I have not verified, so all of those are still outstanding. And he's asking, he had his repair person over there yesterday, matter of fact, he's asking for 3 weeks, this is his request, or $100 per day. And that would be for all of the interior, that's including the roaches, the ceiling repair, the surround in the kitchen. Those violations I need to have verified upon my next inspection. So they're all outstanding right now.
Okay, so lots of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
Um, so if we can just go down the list as we see it in the agenda, so it's easy to follow. 18105C, you are withdrawing.
Yeah.
18105B is complied or outstanding.
That's complied.
Okay. And the trash can 7434A1H, you said was complied, yes?
Complied.
18102.4, the extermination is still outstanding. 18103, condition of structures.
Or it's making like around doors, weatherproof, rodent-proof. That's still outstanding. I have to check that on my inspection.
All right. 94302A4, fence or wall maintenance.
He complied that.
Complied?
Mhm.
I'm sorry, yeah. The garbage container storage, 18107-5, I think you said was complied.
Correct.
Okay. 18103C, the interior partitions, walls, floors, and ceilings.
Not complied.
All right. 18103E, the windows, exterior doors, and basement hatchways.
Not complied.
And 18102.3, window screens.
Not complied. They were installing screens yesterday, but all of them are not there. So, still outstanding.
Okay. Couple of things, even though he's asking for 3 weeks, do you think that that's a reasonable amount of time?
I don't. But
What do you-
I told him I would request what he asked.
What would you think is a reasonable
I
amount
would
of
give him
time?
another 45 days.
Okay. And with respect to the extermination, you indicated that you, is the extermination for the whole building, just that particular?
Upon my
Apartment.
conversations with Mr. Carlos, I asked him because the roaches are so inundated in this particular unit. And I told him, I said, well, you're going to send me an invoice, but is that going to be for the entire building? And if he sends me an invoice for each unit, I will go with that. But if he does not, then I'll go upon my inspection of the unit 3. And if the roaches are abated, then I'm going to assume that they've been abated in the rest of the building. So that's how I'm going to work that.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, the respondent's not present. In case CE 231-00859, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in that case file, as well as the testimony of the code officer, that respondents are in violation of sections 18102.4, 18103A, 18103C, 18103E, and 18102.3. I'll require respondents to comply within 45 days, or you said $100 a day, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
$100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 28, 1100 8th Street, CE 231000877.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. The property was posted on 1/19/2024. Cert mail was returned to us on 1/25/2024. This is a vacant lot. I'm asking for clean sanitary conditions, overgrowth, excessive growth, and cleaning up 1/2 of easement swell to Parkway. I've had no contact with the property owner. The property is in the same condition from the day it was posted. I'm asking for 10 days or abatement.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified that you posted the property was, the notice of violation posted at City Hall?
Yes, ma'am.
Photographs that we are reviewing, they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to, this is a vacant lot, can you please tell us what it is that you've observed on the lot?
It's severely overgrown. There's piles of dirt. Some kind of way it created cinder blocks, CBS blocks. So I'm asking for all of that to be abated.
Okay, and so are you, your testimony would be that you're seeing some severe overgrowth, actually,
Severe
when we're looking at these pictures right now, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And those are weeds and overgrowth and,
I actually see people living on this land, so the homeless have gathered tents, and we can only assume what else is going on there.
okay, and because of status of the property and the condition and the severity of that overgrowth, do you believe that this is an attractive nuisance for not only, you were talking about some vagrants, but an attractive nuisance for pests and other things to be hidden in those weeds that could be a health, safety, or welfare problem?
Yes, ma'am.
And you believe that this does rise to the level of a health, safety, or welfare issue for the city?
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to abatement, is that just cleaning up the overgrowth, or is that removing those dirt piles? Do you have a...
That's a good one, because I believe, I haven't seen this to be actual, but we have road construction on Tamron, and the road crew is using, for some odd reason, vacant lots in that area to dump road debris. And I believe that is road debris from Tamron. But can I prove that? No. But I am going to ask for it to be abated.
Okay.
Because yesterday I witnessed a young person actually stacking cinder blocks on the opposite side of the mound of dirt. So I don't know why he's stacking the blocks, but I'm assuming to reside. So the sand piles are giving coverage for all kinds of things that go on this property. So yes, I'm asking for that to be abated.
Okay. And then the abatement would also be for the trash and debris that's being found on the property as well, right? Okay, thank you very much. The 10 days, do you believe that that's a reasonable amount of time to get this done to avoid that abatement?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
I'm sorry?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. In case CE 231-00877, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 18106A, 744C3, 18106B, and 744C5, and I'll require respondent to comply within 10 days, or I'll authorize the city to abate the violations. I'll also, for the record, make a finding that the violations rise based on the testimony of city code officer to a level of health, safety, welfare violations. And again, after 10 days, if the respondent hasn't cured the violations, I'll authorize the city to abate.
Thank you.
And lastly, number 29, 1349 9th Street, CE 230900748.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. Property was posted on 1/18/2024 along with City Hall. Cert mail was returned to us, and the property was cited for overgrowth, cleaning up one half of easement, swell, and parkway, and cleaning premises for is cleaning the dirt, mildew off driveway and sidewalk. And I've had no contact with the property owner, and the property is vacant, but I have noticed the can is being put out for some odd reason, and it's not being put back out of public view, but the property is boarded, so I'm hoping no one is residing there. But I'm asking for 10 days or abatement on this, 10 days or $100 per day.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And do the photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And to get these things done, do you believe that 10 days is a reasonable amount of time?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you seen any progress on any of the stuff that you've observed?
Driveway was cleaned, but
Okay.
sidewalk wasn't, so I'm assuming the property owner is trying to comply.
Okay. And just for the record, can you tell us what it is that you have observed?
Okay. The easement is in the rear of the property, of course, and it is severely overgrown. I mean, it's severely overgrown.
So right there on the right side, is that part of it?
Yes, ma'am. It's on both sides of the property, but you can see it from the road how severe it's overgrown. And then just the yard itself is always somewhat overgrown, so that's why I put the overgrowth and the easement down. And cleaning of the sidewalk is still left to be done.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. In case CE 23090748, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the the testimony of city code officer, that the respondent's in violation of section 74-4C5, 74-4C3, and 18106, and I'll require a respondent to comply within 10 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. And if we could take just a 3-minute quick recess before we begin the next one. set? All right, I'll call to order the other matters section of the agenda. It is 12:22. My name is Amity Barnard. I'm the special magistrate for this portion of the agenda. The first thing I'm going to do is swear everybody in who's here to testify on any item. So if you're here to speak on any items, if you could stand and raise your right hands for me, I'll swear you all in at once. Are you two gentlemen here for any items on the agenda? No. No, the gentleman in the blue shirt with the jacket, are you here for something on the agenda? Thank you. Raise your right hands for me. Do you all swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Thank you very much, and I'll turn it to the city. Before I do, briefly, when you hear your case called, come up here to the podium on my right. These are fine mitigation hearings, so the burden is on you to explain to me why the fine should be reduced. You'll hear the city present some testimony, then you'll get an opportunity to explain to me why that fine should be reduced, and then I'll make a final ruling. With that, I'll turn it to the city to call its first case.
Okay, for the address of 807 Handy Avenue, cases numbers 30, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and 41. So number 30, CE 180400419.
Magistrate, would you like me to just go through each case? There's 7 of them, I believe.
Yeah.
If there's that many, if it's okay, let's just do them individually. I think that'd be
So
easier.
number 30, 807 Handy Avenue, CE 180400419.
All right, so good morning, Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The address at 807 Handy Avenue was originally cited April 21st, 2018. This was cited for a rental license and CLU that was needed. This went to hearing June 6, 2018. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of June 18th of 2018 at $100 a day. That ran for 1,054 days for a total of $105,400. This was complied May 7th, 2021. This was the previous owner. There were 21 cases with code enforcement under their ownership, and this service was achieved by way of posting. The city is requesting a reduction of 15% of the loan, or excuse me, of the lien, for a total of $15,810.
Let's, I guess these are all, this one is I just was skipping ahead here in the agenda. These are fairly significant numbers. So if I could ask the city to call them all into the record, and then I'll rule on them. But let's go ahead and read them all in at once, since the fine amount is so high. Thank you.
Number 36, CE 111100237. Number 37, CE 081000895. Number 38, CE 211202242. Number 39, CE 100900267. Number 40, CE 120200455. And number 41, CE 110700124.
So you want me to just run through each of them?
Go ahead and run through each of them, and then I'll hear from the respondent on all of them and,
Sure,
and make a
that
ruling
works.
on each individual one. But let's go ahead and get them all in.
Sure,
Thank
no
you.
problem. So same address, 807 Handy Avenue for case number CE 111100237. This case was originally cited on November 21st, 2011. It was cited for being open and unsecured. Again, this was done under previous owner, 21 cases with code enforcement under their ownership. This went to special magistrate hearing on February 29th, 2012. It was ordered for the fine to start as of April 3rd, 2012 at $100 a day. That ran for 4,326 days for a total of $432,600. The city requests a reduction to 5% of the lien, I don't know why I keep saying loan, for a total of $21,630. Next one for case number CE 081000895. This case was originally cited October 31st, 2018 for a failed inspection due to vehicles on unpaved surfaces, outdoor storage, grass that was overgrown, paint needed on the exterior of the home, and the doors and windows needed to be made weather tight. This went to special magistrate hearing on January 28th, 2009. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of April 29th, 2009 at $50 a day, and that ran for 159 days for a total of $7,950. Again, this is the previous owner, 21 cases under their ownership. City requests a reduction to 25% of the lien, which is $1,987.50. For case number CE 211-20242. This specific case was originally cited December 20th, 2021. This was cited for the grass in the yard needed to be trimmed back. It was overgrown. The bushes, etc., needed to be trimmed back. I guess there was a porch or driveway, that was installed without a permit. Repair needed to the cracks on the sidewalk, driveway, and the trash can being in view of the public. This went to special magistrate hearing June 1st, 2022. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of July 5th, 2022 at $50 a day. That ran for 36 days at $1,800. City requests a reduction of $500 of this lien.
Reduction to $500?
To $500, yes, ma'am. For case number CE 1009027. This case was originally cited September 14th, 2010. It was cited for the yard and grass on the property being overgrown. This went to hearing October 20th, 2010. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of September 14th, 2010 for $75 a day. It ran for 2 days for a total of $150. That was complied September 16th, 2010. The city requests this lien to be reduced to $50. For case number CE 120-20455. This case was originally cited February 29th, 2012. It was cited for overgrowth on the property, trash, and debris. It was a repeat for case number CE 110-80418. This went to magistrate hearing April 18th, 2012. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of February 28th, 2012 at $100 a day. It ran for 29 days for a total of $2,900. That was complied March 28th, 2012. City requests a reduction of this lien to $1,000. For the last one, case number CE 11070-124. This case was originally cited July 12th, 2011. It was cited for overgrowth of the property as well. This went to magistrate hearing August 17th, 2011. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of July 13th, 2011 at $50 a day. It ran for 15 days for a total of $750, and it was complied on July 28th, 2011. City requests a reduction to $500 on this lien.
All right, your name, sir, for the record.
Richard Carey.
And what's your relation to the property?
The attorney.
Okay, very good. So the good news is you're first on the other matters hearing. The bad news is you have 7 of them. So you've heard the city's position. Explain to me, I guess, your side and why these fines should be reduced.
Yes, I'm actually the attorney. I handled the estate for Carl Granberry, which was the previous violator. There was multiple properties in this estate. There was 11 properties. This is the last one that has liens against it. We've cleared up all the violations on the other properties. This is the last one that was taken care of. As you can see, that the current owner actually had one of the liens, which was taken care of in a very quickly time, which was the $2,900 lien that was associated with this particular property. That was the only one that was associated to the current owner. The rest of the violations on this property were all subject to the previous owner who passed away. So there was the reason why the violations took so long as to be in compliance, as There was only one heir to this property who lived in Georgia, was out of, did not reside here in Florida, resided in Georgia. And then when we went through the administration of the estate, we've taken care of the violators. We've put property owners in properties that are actually taking care of the property, doing what's required by the city of West Palm Beach. So this has been a process. We are looking for the violations to be reduced as they were not caused by the current owner, and we were requesting that they be reduced to $10,000 as a total composite, which we would be able to pay within 30 days.
I guess I'm going to ask you a couple questions, but before I do, his testimony that one of the cases was for the new owner, is that accurate? I'm not sure that's what I heard from you. The $2,900 case?
Yeah, there was one.
Just one, yes, ma'am.
There was one that was from the current owner, okay.
Yeah.
Not that I didn't believe you, I just thought I misheard him, so thank you for clarifying that. I guess only two of them are significant monetary amounts.
Correct.
The new owner, they bought it obviously aware of these liens, and they bought it at risk, right? I mean, there was a warranty deed, so this was not a short sale or foreclosure or a tax deed sale or anything like that.
That's correct. The current owner bought it. They were aware of the liens. They bought multiple properties, which we've taken through this process from the estate. And yes, they were aware. They were aware that we were going to have to get the properties into compliance. They were in deplorable condition. The current owner has spent a significant amount of funds to bring multiple properties into compliance, and that's where their position is. Because they've made these properties and beautified the city, they're simply asking for a lien reduction.
And is this the house I'm looking at now? Is this the property that's on the screen? So is it a single family house, or is it a multi-unit, or just one?
It's just a single family, yes.
And is it a rental?
This one, I believe, yes, it is a rental.
Okay.
I believe they have a rental license in place as well.
That's correct, sir.
Yes.
Code enforcement officer, thank you. So the difficulty is I have to take into consideration, I understand that you were involved in the transaction and that the current owner, with the exception of the one case, was not the violator, but the code officer's testimony is that there were 21 cases. So the balance that I have to do today is trying to get you to a reasonable number, but not totally discounting the city's code enforcement process and the fact that the residents living adjacent to this had to deal with 21 code enforcement cases, at least a few of which were repeat and irreparable or irreversible violations. So not only did the city have to do quite a lot of legwork to keep the heat on these folks, the people who live next door to it had to deal with the condition of the property. And these go back quite a ways. I think the oldest one I heard was maybe 2009, but these are going back a ways. So I'm not sure that 10,000. I'm not sure that that's going to be quite where I land. But let me deal with the smaller ticket ones, and I'll deal with the two big ones last. Because I think many of these are just easy to get rid of. So I guess let's start with case number 38. The city's requesting reduction from 1,800 down to 500. That seems like a significant reduction to me, so I think that seems like a reasonable number. Is there anything else on that case you'd like me to hear, sir?
No, there's nothing on that case.
Okay. So with that, in case CE 211-20242, I'll reduce the previously imposed fine amount from $1,800 to $500, payable within 30 days. All right. In case 39, CE 100900267, the city's requesting reduction from $150 down to $50. That's a nominal amount. Anything else you'd like me to hear on that one?
No.
All right. In case CE 100900267, I'll reduce the previous lien amount from $150 down to $50, payable again within 30 days. Case 40, this is the case that's the current owner's violation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is the one that's 2,900 reduced the city's requesting reduction to 1,000. Any objection to that $1,000 number?
No, I don't have any objections to that one.
Okay. And CE 1202.
Just so the record's clear, that case is not the current owner. The current owner case is 38. So if you were on case 40 is still, that's from 2012.
Oh, okay, that's a 22. I'm sorry. Okay. All right, so case 40, for the record, that is the previous owner's violation.
Okay.
That is a repeat violation, so I'll go ahead and reduce that down from the previous $2,900 lien amount to $1,000, payable within 30 days. Case 41, CE 11070124. Fine amount's only $750. The city's requesting reduction to $500. Any objection to that reduction? That's a repeat violation again. I have a little less latitude on repeats because they shouldn't be reduced at all, honestly.
I'm not going to object.
All right, so I'll go ahead and reduce that one from $750 down to $500. Again, payable within 30 days. All right, so you're gonna make me do math today, sir.
We're at
You know what they
2050
say
right
about
now.
lawyers and math, you know?
I'm doing the math in my head, so I'm just tallying for you.
All right, let's go back. So we've got 30, 36, and 37 are the only ones I haven't dealt with, right?
Yes.
All right, 37. That previous fine amount's $79.50. The city's requesting $19.87. Anything else you'd like me to hear about that one?
I'm going to err with you. I'm going to ride with you on this one.
You're gonna save it for the big ticket items.
That's right.
All right, I'm gonna take, this one is not repeat violations, so I'll grant the city's request on this. These are a little bit easier in terms of the nature of the violations, but still noting for the record that there were 21 code enforcement cases, so as I said before, the residents in the city had to deal with this. So having said that, in case CE 081000895, I'll reduce the previous lien amount from $7,950 to, for my math purposes, I'm gonna make that 2,000, so we have a round number, payable within 30 days. All right, so now let's go back to 30, case 30. And 36 are the trickier ones, given the magnitude of the violations and the time within which they ran. I guess the one thing just to keep in your mind, you know, the fine amounts, as I listened to the city's code officer read out all these cases, the fine amounts that were imposed in those older cases were not even the maximum fines that could have been levied at the time of the violation. So even though these amounted to a lot of money, given the time it took to comply, a $100 a day fine is accruing at a much different rate than it could have at the maximum fine amount allowed by the city at the time that the violations were brought. Having said that, case 30, that was just a certificate of use and business tax, correct, code officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm a little less concerned with that one. I'm more concerned with the other one that had to do with the condition of the building and having a vacant structure that was accessible by folks. Anything else you'd like me to hear in case 30?
Yes, on case 30, this is regarded for the rental dwellings. At that time, this property was not rented out. The person was deceased. I believe most likely what was happening, there was squatters in that property that looked like someone was there, but no one was actually collecting rent, because at that time, we had not even actually opened up the probate. No one was collecting rent from the estate. So there was no benefit going towards the state. So I understand, and I've been here before where there's been properties that have been inhabited by squatters, and it appears that there's renters in place, but I can assert that there was no renters in place that were receiving permission from the estate to actually reside on the property.
The difficulty there is that those, I mean, at fine mitigation, we're not here to relitigate the merits of the case and whether or not a violation existed. So I mean, I'll take your testimony for what it is, but at the time of the violation hearing, there would have had to have been obviously evidence on the record to substantiate the finding of violation, and then obviously you have appellate rights once that order is issued.
Absolutely.
Being that we're here now, I presume that there was no appeal of that case. So I'm certainly willing to reduce the fine amount. Again, as I said, one of my jobs is to consider the number of only a few factors under the state law that I can consider in reducing fines. One of them is the activity on the part of the respondent to bring the property into compliance. The other is the nature of the violations themselves. And finally, how many violations existed on the property, how many code cases, the frequency of code enforcement being an issue on the property. It's clear in this case that code enforcement was a frequent occurrence at the property, code enforcement having to be involved. So I'll take that into consideration, but I will also take into consideration a little bit more heavily the nature and the code sections violated. So I'm going to reduce, in case 30, the fine amount from $105,400 down to $7,500 payable within 30 days.
Okay.
And now the more difficult one, case 36. Anything you'd like me to hear on this one particularly? The fine amount's $432,600.
Yeah, and I can only go back to usually when someone's a violator and they are alive, I think there's a lot more weight that should go on to curing the violation. In this case, the person was deceased, so there was no one put in place to be able to cure the violation. Furthermore, the only heir that was able to actually do anything did not reside in the state, and of course notification, as we know, is only required for posting, so there was no notification given to that particular heir. So that's where we're at. I understand the nature of the violation. It was a blighted property in the neighborhood. That's essentially what it was. However, once the property was properly transferred from the estate, that blight went away very quickly. The new owner did everything in their power to actually rectify the situation. And we want to encourage people to come into the city of West Palm Beach to fix deplorable properties. We don't want to discourage people by levying large fines. So that is what I would like to say in regards to this case.
And what's the ballpark? You say that once the transaction or once the transfer of power happened, the violation was remedied pretty quickly. What's the estimated timeline there?
I know that they were working with the city within 2 months of the transfer to get everything done. There was multiple properties, and I know this was one of the first ones because this is one of the worst ones. So we wanted to get this one taken care of. And we've gone through the process. I've been here before. On this particular previous owner that was deceased, so I understand your position as well, but I also understand that deceased people cannot take care of property. So that's where I'll leave it.
All right, having heard that, again, I'll just note for the record the number of code cases that the city has had to bring here for this address. Again, I'm not objecting to reducing fines, as you said, and as I certainly agree. The intent of code enforcement is not to be punitive. The intent of code enforcement is to ensure compliance with the city's code. The balance there is that, reducing fines altogether and reducing them in a manner that undermines the code enforcement process is also not what is beneficial to the city or to anybody else who lives in the city. So in this case, I'll take into consideration what you've said and the fact that once there was an ability to remedy the violation, that was done pretty quickly. So I'll give you an additional reduction above and beyond what the city has requested. Because again, there are a lot of cases, but ultimately, at the end of the day, the property is in compliance. So in case CE 11110237, I'm going to reduce the previous lien amount from $432,600 down to $15,000 payable within 30 days. And I hope that gets you to a number. It's certainly a better number than the liens themselves. And again, I appreciate your testimony as it relates to what was done to comply the properties. Let me just make sure I didn't miss any. I don't think I did.
I think we got them all.
Thanks for coming today, sir.
Thank you very much for your time.
No problem.
And will we get the...
I think she's giving them to you right now.
Next case, number 312701 Lake Avenue, CE 22070097, number 312701 Lake Avenue.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 2701 Lake Avenue was originally cited July 12, 2022 for delinquent business tax receipt. This went to a special magistrate hearing September 7, 2022. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of October 10, 2022 at $100 a day. That ran for 35 days for a total of $33,500 and was complied November 14, 2022. It's the same owner. 11 cases under their ownership. Service was achieved in this case by way of posting. So the city requests a reduction to $1,500 in this case.
All right, your name, sir?
My name is Bisram Singh.
Thank
I
you,
am the
sir.
representative for the owner of this property.
All right, so you represent Dolphin Stations LLC?
Yes.
Okay.
And the property is a lease property.
It's a lease?
Mm.
Okay, so you've heard the city's position. What he's indicated to me is that the current owner is the violator, was the cause of the violations, and that there have been several cases, code enforcement cases on the property. What's your response to what you've heard? Why should this fine rather be reduced?
No, the tenant there, he's not, that he don't like paying his bills on time. He created that problem. We had no idea of it until we got emails from Miss Monique, and then we acted on it. But yeah, I wasn't even employed with the company then when all this happened, but I can promise you that it's not gonna happen anymore. I'm gonna make sure that he pays all, because the tenant are responsible for paying all permits and license and all that. So,
Is the tenant also responsible for paying whatever fine amount?
say again?
Do you have the tenant responsible for paying the fines, the code enforcement fines?
I'm not 100% sure we're gonna have him pay the fine, or we're gonna pay the fine. We're probably gonna go after him for the fine.
Okay. So you've heard the city is amenable to me reducing it by $2,000, so reducing the fine amount from $3,500 to $1,500. That seems like a reasonable reduction. What's your response?
That's good with me.
Okay. Can you pay that within 30 days?
Yes.
Okay. Anything further you'd like me to hear?
No, I'm good with that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 220700097, I will, having considered the number of violations on the property, as well as the testimony presented here today, I'll reduce the fine amount from $3,500 down to $1,500 payable within 30 days. Best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 32415 Executive Center Drive, 213 CE 19090493.
Somebody here for this case?
415 Executive Center Drive, 213.
Is that you, sir? Okay, very good.
I believe he's also here for 35 as well.
Different property? Is it the same unit, or it's a different unit,
Different
right?
unit.
Okay.
If we could just deal with 32 then, since it has
No-
a different
no
address,
problem.
the other case.
No problem at all. So for 415 Executive Center Drive, Unit 213, they were originally cited September 26th, 2019, for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Went to a magistrate hearing December 4th, 2019. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of January 6th, 2020 at $200 a day. That ran for 1,492 days for a total of $298,400. This was the same owner, only 2 cases with code enforcement under their ownership, and service was achieved by way of posting. City requests a reduction of 5% of the lien, which is $14,920.
All right, your name, sir, for the record?
Hello, my name is Guillermo Barraza. Thank you for receiving me.
Before you continue, I'm sorry to interrupt you. What's your relationship to Gralos V LLC?
Fernando Cabello is the owner, and I am a friend of him. He is in Argentina with very difficult situation.
Okay, so he authorized you to be here today and act on his behalf?
I am a friend of him.
Okay. And he knows you're here today?
Excuse me?
He knows you're here today?
Yes.
Okay. He's the agent for this owner? Okay, very good. All right, so you've heard the city's position, sir. This is a pretty substantial lien. What's your response, and why should the fine be reduced?
I can explain. The previous property management company failed to fully obtain the rental license because they did not schedule the necessary inspection. This is what caused the violation. Previous management company did not my friend advised the lien, and so as soon as it happened, when the owner found out about the lien, immediately hired a new property management and scheduled the necessary inspection and started the lien reduction process. It's important to tell that it's an administration things, because no hazard for the property or for anybody. This happened because my friend didn't know about this, because was a responsibility of the previous property management company. So when he want to, when realized what happened, he do all the things to put the things right.
Okay. So you heard the city's number. They would be willing to reduce the fine amount from $298,400 down to $14,920. That's a very significant reduction. What's your response to that number?
I really, how much, sorry?
$14,920.
Actually, it's too much because of, actually my friend is with a very bad situation for the crisis in Argentina, so they want they appreciate this opportunity, and they want to pay, but if you can consider more reduction, he can pay as soon as possible. I have money that he gave me to pay immediately, maybe tomorrow, but we didn't know about this amount.
Well, So the trouble I have is, I guess, let me ask the code officer, this is an apartment complex?
Yes.
A big apartment complex?
Yeah, it's pretty big, yeah.
Like how many units? Like a building number, so there's multiple buildings, right?
Yeah, it's probably about 8 or 9 buildings in this complex.
So the difficulty I have, sir, is I understand that it's, it's failure to get the required certificate of use and pay business taxes, but all the time that violation was continuing, your friend was collecting revenue on the apartments, right? So the business continues to operate while you disregard the city code. I haven't heard why. I understand that it was a failure of the property manager, but didn't your friend hire the property management company for the complex?
He wanted to be an investor, but for the situation in our country, the money that collect for the property is used to live. So it's not a money that he collect and do a very good business. So he want to be okay with the law here, and when realize about this problem, he do all the best to put the property with the license. But really it's a lot of money. If you please can consider a reduction, I will.
Well, but the reduction is from almost $300,000 down to $14,000. That is a 95% reduction.
We actually we didn't know the amount of the total.
And your next case is the same thing. It's almost $400,000. So
I don't have another case.
okay, maybe you're not here for that one.
No, I have just.
This is the only case you're here for?
Yes.
All right, so you're not affiliated with 431 Executive Center Drive?
No. I have.
With VIG Consultors LLC?
Which one?
VIG Consultors. Okay.
No. It was just for my friend, the Grass Lobby LLC.
So
Fernando
just to
Cabello.
give a little bit of context here, for 431 Executive Center Drive, this lien was placed under the previous owner, but they are the current owners of the
Well, it sounds like he's not even here to speak on that one, so we'll just deal with 32 now. All right, anything further from you, sir?
Excuse me?
Anything further that you'd like me to hear?
Anything for?
Anything further that you would like me to hear? You want to say anything else?
No. Well, I propose. I have the money to pay tomorrow. I am not going to be for much time, but I have the money to pay tomorrow, today or tomorrow, around 3,000.
Yeah, so that's again, as I explained to the previous respondent, you had two. Your friend had two. The actual violator had two code cases, so that's not a horrendous number of code cases. But what's problematic about this one is that this is a business. This is not just somebody who's renting a room in their house or renting an apartment. This is an apartment complex. There's no reason that the required licenses and the required business taxes were not obtained and kept current. That's you're paying a property management company. There's no reason for that failure to occur. And the other problematic thing is that it took 1,492 days. That's a long time to get into compliance with something that's very simple, with an administrative, as you said, application process. So I'll reduce the fine, but I can't reduce it down to that amount. As I indicated to the previous respondent, I do have to take into consideration the nature of the violation, but what I'm also considering in this case is the time in which it took you to comply, especially given that you have professional staff that's supposed to be managing the property. So I'll reduce in case CE 1909043. I'll reduce the previous fine amount from $298,400 to $10,000 payable within 30 days. And that's an even greater reduction than the city was asking. So, that takes into consideration what you've said here today. So I hope that that's a number that you can work with, and I wish you the best of luck going forward. Okay, sir?
Okay,
And she'll give you an order, I believe, before you leave.
thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to call the next case just to make sure, because it's the same property owner for number 35, 431 Executive Center Drive, 213 CE 18090035. You're not here for that case? Is there anyone else here for that case? It's the same owner, Graulis by LLC? Uh-huh, yes. So, is he authorized to be here on that case?
It's the same owner?
It's the same owner, yeah.
Ah,
I mean, we can reschedule it if need be. I mean,
no, we can we do right now? It's the same for me. It's the same case. I think that was just only the 213, the 415 Executive Center Drive 213. Do you have
There's
another
one. Yes, sir.
more?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same case. I realize right now.
Is the owner the same? The agenda says something different.
The current owner is the same.
So the current owner
That's
is
the old
same.
owner, is the VIG.
For-
Okay.
Good, the previous owner, yes, ma'am, was the VIG.
So if the city has all the paperwork, I don't mind hearing
Sure.
it as well. If you have all the paperwork you need from him to be authorized to be here today.
Mm-hmm. 'Cause
Okay.
it's all under the same, lien reduction application. You called it into order already?
Number 35, 431 Executive Center Drive, 213 CE 18090035.
All right, Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The address at 431 Executive Center Drive, Unit 213, was originally cited September 5th, 2018, for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. This was the same previous owner, only one case under their ownership. Excuse me. This case went to hearing October 24th, 2018. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of November 26th, 2018 at $200 a day. This ran for 1,472 days for a total of $294,400. This was complied on December 7th, 2022. The city requests a reduction of 5% of the lien for a total of $14,720.
What was the lien amount, I'm sorry, that you said?
That was $294,400.
So the agenda says 379,600. That's not right.
Yeah, that's
It's
incorrect.
two, whatever you said, two.
Yeah, the amount on the agenda is incorrect.
All right, so can you tell me the number again?
It's 294,400.
294,400, okay. Okay, same thing, sir. Your name again for the record?
Thank you.
Your name, sir, for the record. Your name?
My name is Guillermo Barraza.
Thank you, sir. So you've heard again the city's presentation. What's your response? Why should this lien be reduced?
Yes.
Go ahead. Explain why the lien should be reduced.
It's the same situation that the previous property management didn't do the work, and the owner didn't know about the rental license. When he realized, start all the things to do to do the right things and put the rental license and make the rental license. But he do with another property management because the previous property management never say nothing about that.
So this one, the code officer, you said this was, the violator was the previous owner, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So your friend bought the property with the lien on it, correct?
My friend, I know that has two properties, but I think that I thought that the problem was just with one. But if he said that it's with two,
What's this property, 431 Executive Center?
431 Executive Center Drive.
But what is it, another apartment complex?
No, it's the same.
It's the same apartment complex,
same
just a
complex.
different
Yeah.
address?
Just different building.
yes, he has in the same building the two properties, but I think that the problem was just in the 213.
Well, no, there's two code cases, so this is a different code case for the same property. When was this code case from, for 431?
This was originally cited back in September of 2018.
So right at the same time it was purchased.
Exactly.
You need a moment? No. Anything further, sir, you'd like me to hear? Anything further that you would like to say?
No, it's the same that we did with the other. The same thing.
Same thing from the other case? Okay. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, in case CE 108, excuse me, CE 180900035, I'm going to again reduce the fine amount from $294,400 down to $10,000 payable within 30 days. Thank you, sir. She'll hand you the order.
Thank you.
Number 33, 3700 North Australian Avenue, CE 180902224.
All right, Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The address at 3700 North Australian Avenue was originally cited September 17th, 2018. They were cited for clean and unsanitary conditions, fence needed to be repaired, a boarding certificate that was needed, trash can in view of the public, and failure to secure the pool. This went to a special magistrate hearing November 7, 2018. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of April 17, 2019 at $100 a day. That ran for 1,594 days for a total of $159,400. This was complied August 28, 2023. This was done under the previous owner. There were 11 cases with code enforcement for various violations throughout the years. This particular case, service was achieved by way of posting. So the city requests a reduction of the lien to 5%, which would be $7,970.
$7,970?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, your names for the record?
Richard Day.
My name is Chad Swift.
Thank you, sir. What's your relation, gentlemen, I should say, what's your relation to the owner?
We are the owners.
I'm sorry, your names are listed here. I'm sorry about that, sir. You're correct. Okay, so you've heard the city's testimony. It looks like you bought the property very recently. You bought it knowing there was a lien on it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We have pictures here of the improvements. I don't know if that's relevant or not. The neighborhood itself is immaculate. This was the only house in such disrepair, and so we've got it back to its glory days. It's the pool is all fixed. Everything else is fixed in the house. We've been plagued with the homeless since it was empty so many years. And we have a family now that wants to purchase the home, in which it's the only vacant home in the entire development. And so we have a lovely family that wants to buy the house, and it's all fixed up. And if you'd like to see the pictures of it, I have them here for you to look at. And we spent a tremendous amount of money, more than we thought. The house was plagued with a wall of bees. We had a honeykeeper come in and take all the 6x8 honeycomb out. We had iguanas, we had rats, we had homeless people. We had we had one at everything. Anyway, we hired the landscapers, we hired the pool people, Revenge Pest Control. We had the attic fumigated and all the stuffing taken out and sanitized and re-insulated, and it was a lot more than
What's a ballpark that you think you spent in rehabilitating the house?
we spent over $70,000.
Okay. And you've heard the city's recommendation. They're willing to have me reduce the fine from $159,400 down to $7,970.
That's very reasonable. Thank you.
Okay, that seems like a pretty significant reduction to me.
May I ask one question? We also, in the taxes and stuff, there's an additional charge of $2,900 for non-ad valorem for reinspection.
I cannot speak to that.
Okay.
I am strictly code enforcement, so I'm not sure what that is.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, you may want to call the tax collector's office if there's a question about
All right.
that. I'm not sure about that.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, how much time do you need to pay that amount? Can
Today.
you pay that in 30 days?
Today?
We could pay it today.
Today, okay.
I could clear that up for the.
Oh, you know something about the tax thing?
That is, those are fees that are due to the city for maintaining the property. That property was a chronic nuisance property.
Okay.
And the city maintained it with a contractor and the city's time, so those bills have to be paid. That's not negotiable.
It's not
negotiable.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
Thank you for that additional clarification. Okay, anything further from you, gentlemen?
No, ma'am.
That is all. Thank
All
you for
right,
your
very
time.
good. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you, everybody.
CE 180902224, I'm going to reduce the previous lien amount from $159,400 to $7,970, payable within 30 days.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Hi, how are you? Yes, the instructions are on the bottom, just across the hall at the cashier's office. Thank you. Thanks. Number 34, 5145 Caribbean Boulevard, 1026, CE 21090217.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. 5145 Caribbean Boulevard, Unit 1026 was originally cited September 17th, 2021. They were cited for unsanitary conditions, a repair of ceiling fans and walls, repair of light fixtures throughout the unit, as well as address characters needed for the building. This went to special magistrate hearing November 3rd, 2021. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of December 6th, 2021. That was at $100 a day. That ran for 480 days for a total of $48,000. And this was complied on March 31st, 2023. This is the same owner. 2 cases under their ownership with code enforcement. And for this particular case, service was achieved by way of posting. The city requests a 25% reduction of the lien for a total of $12,000.
All right, your names for the record, or your name for the record?
Hi, yes, my name is Sarah Thompson. I'm here representing the owner.
All right. All right, so you've heard the city's position. Why should this fine rather be reduced?
Yes, so obviously we're not here disputing that there was a violation, but there is a question on whether notice was actually properly delivered and received. I don't know if you have it in your files, but from our records, we do have the proof of delivery from USPS, and it does show that the authorized agent and signature of recipient was not signed by someone actually from the entity. It was only signed by the postal worker. So there is a question on whether or not this notice was actually received by who, if anyone. But I do know, and I have email correspondence from the owner, that the moment that they were made aware of the issue of the violation, that they were able to comply with the violation within 8 or 9 days.
Okay, so as you heard me say to the prior respondent, I can't, or the purpose of today's hearing is for fine mitigation. It's not proper to relitigate the merits of the case and whether or not there was proper service. That all would have been found at the violation hearing, and certainly there was an appellate right based on the order that was issued that if you thought there was not adequate service, could have been pursued at that time. But I'm not here to opine on whether or not service was proper. That's the fact that you're here is in and of itself confirmation that the previous hearing happened. There was an order, it wasn't appealed, so that is the order that's in effect now, and that is the lien that's in effect. Your better argument is as it relates to the promptness with which your client complied the violation. So explain to me a little bit more about that. You said a couple of days?
So it was I believe they found out about the violation on March 22nd. They were able to bring it into compliance on March 30th, and I believe an inspector was able to come out March 31st and confirm that everything was orderly. So, and I do know that there has been issues with their prior management company. They ended up firing their prior management company who was in charge at the time of this violation occurred. They've hired a new one. It's much more reputable. They have been working to bring this property in compliance, which they have, and they are a big part of why we were able to find out what was going on, bring it into compliance within a week plus 2 days. And so what we're hoping to look for is, because it was only 8-9 days where we were able to bring it into compliance, that our fine be reduced to those 8 to 9 days, that it was noticed, or that our client knew of the violation and was able to close it out.
What is this? This is a multifamily, so it's a rental property?
It is an affordable housing development. So when the property owner bought it, they were bringing it back up into compliance and bringing it into a more livable space for their tenants. So.
Okay. So the difficulty I have is I understand that your client took swift action and got it remedied in 8 days, but that doesn't change the fact that the violation existed for 480 days. So
yes,
I'll come to a balance. I'm probably not going to come to the number that you're asking for, that 8 days, or I'd be run out of here pretty quickly, I would expect, from the city. But I will take into consideration, I certainly appreciate the fact that once they were made aware, they got it corrected pretty quickly.
Thank you.
That will certainly play heavily into my decision. Anything else you'd like to bring to my attention?
No, not that I believe so. No, I think we've covered it all.
And you said, Code Officer, they only had 2 cases on this one?
Yes, ma'am. 2 cases under their ownership.
And the agenda doesn't have the actual violations. I kind of jotted them down, but none of it was repeat. It was all standard.
Correct. No repeat
Standard violations.
violations.
And you said it was unsanitary conditions?
Unsanitary conditions, repair of ceiling and walls, repair of light fixtures and address characters needed on the building.
Okay. So a little bit more significant, but not horrendous. All right, I'm going to reduce anything further from you, ma'am?
Nope, I'm good, thank you.
Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
Okay, in case, what is this, CE 21090217, I'll reduce the lien amount from $48,000 down to $3,800 payable within 30 days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, have a good day. I believe she'll give you the order right there. Is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's it. All right, with that, I will adjourn the hearing at 1:21 p.m.